Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you all here. I hope you had a fantastic day, and yeah, a bit late in a way because the episode is already out for quite some time, but better late than never, I guess, and probably had some time to process the current episode. I hope sound is good and you can hear me kind of well. Just currently struggling a bit with my own setup here, so I can also watch the episode. Now it's working. I know why it had so much trouble there. But it should work. So, yeah, nice to see you all here. I already have the timer here ready. Before we start, I will of course give you a countdown as always. Maybe just let me double check if the timer works. Yeah, the timer is moving, that's good. This time, I won't skip the, what's it called, intro thing. Because that always causes a little bit of trouble with us. The reason for that, it's kind of complex, I feel. Because initially when I started this, I thought that the what happened last time part of the video is like a separate video on Prime. And as part of the video is only the actual show. But I was wrong. And so the timer was always like 1 minute and 80 seconds off or so, which is of course very unfortunate. This time we just watched the what happened last time part, and the also intro send thing there, and then the timer should be correct this time. So I kind of improved. Also my sound is strange, it feels, but whatever. There's also a lot of stuff already going on in chat. So yeah, welcome RS Aurelian and Rafael Gustavo and all the other persons here that are in chat. Gaia is also here. You just see. Chris needs a helpful technician. I know it's not that it's helpful technician, it's just that sometimes, like in a TV production, you have of course technicians or people that are just there that everything is good at once. When you do the streaming stuff, you're basically the director, camera operator, and I don't know what, all at the and moderator, and I don't know, guest, all at the same time, if that makes sense. So it's always a lot of stuff, and yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason my Fire TV thing would not find the video signal, but now it works. Not the video signal, the Wi-Fi signal. Yeah, the showmakers say they are in Rovanion, the Harfoots. So there was like a zoom in, and it was somewhere here north of Mordor, somewhere. It's really hard to say where Rune starts and where Rovanion ends and where Rune starts, but it's difficult to say. I get the feeling that they are going for the obvious, Meteor Man being Gandalf and Halbrand being Sauron. It's possible, though what I feel like it's a bit too obvious at times, if that makes sense. Something is still strange here with my sound stuff, but I don't know. I hope you had a good day. When's the next roundtable? I try to organize it for Thursday, so in 2 days. Let me just check something really quick. I mute myself for a moment. Okay, I should be back. I hope you can hear me again. Sorry for going AFK for a moment there. But yeah, sometimes strange things happen, and then I have to figure out what it is exactly. At the moment, bothers me more as Elrond's oath. It's an interesting take. We will see where it goes. does not bother me too much personally, but I can see why. Yeah, I'm not sure who the... Like, I, of course, already contacted a bunch of people who might be a guest in the roundtable for this week. But since, as long as I don't have everything down 100%, I won't announce it. So people can't get, like, disappointed that somebody had to maybe jump off in the last moment. Gelder Heideck says, I'm sad I'm not enjoying this show and I really want to. That's really unfortunate. But I would still give it, like, I don't know, I would give it 2 more episodes. I mean, that's of course asking a lot. But I feel like now with episode 4 behind us, things could change a little bit. Because I feel like we could finally get to the actual content of the episode, like of the actual storyline. So far it feels like it's mostly set up. Yeah, there was a promo material where Gil-galad presses him. We have to see more context for once to see how these scenes will work out at the very end. Let me just close this here. Okay. Well, what is the exact reason for this problem that I'm currently seeing on my screen? Well, I love it. Technical. Oh, maybe that is the reason why. I'm here because I enjoy theorizing with you all. Yeah, that's also probably what, for some people, might be the most interesting part of the show. Yeah, exactly. With I agree with Redwild. Considering it's halfway through the season, it feels like the show isn't even off the ground yet. Exactly. Fully 100% agree. Anyone here for free cake? Yeah, we will see cake in the show. I'm looking forward to that. I'm here trying to get hyped. Yeah. Good luck with that. It's strange. The stuff I just set up worked like a moment ago, and everything was perfectly fine. Now, I don't get this. Why is it working here but not on the other device? It doesn't matter too much, I guess, but it's still very, very strange. Very strange indeed. That was not the problem. Chat, what could be wrong? Okay, that seemed to work. I don't know what it was. I'll take it. Now it seems to work. Awesome. Okay, so now I have everything set up, it seems. To be honest, not much is happening in the show, kind of. Like, it's all so much setup in the show. We discussed this in the previous streams, and in my review I also talked quite a bit about this. Did you get your computer on Amazon? No. Could be that I got the PSU on Amazon, but I'm not sure if that's if it's true or not. But I built it from like I bought the components and build it together. Like it's a custom computer, that makes sense. Always give it a whole season before Judgment. Yeah, that might be true. I mean, there, I guess, plenty of shows that get better after the first season, right? Very interesting. I forged my computer, basically. I also really thinking very hard getting upgrading my computer again. Though I'm relatively happy with most of it, I feel like the CPU could be upgraded. Especially for, as you probably have noticed, my reviews for the show I produced, I think, all in 4K. I don't stream in 4K, but the produced videos are all in 4K as well. So that's pretty nice. And it kind of worked because I upgraded my graphics card this year. That helped quite a bit. But I feel like the processor at times definitely comes at its limit, and I would like to upgrade it. As a result, I would maybe just, because then when I get a new processor, I need a new mainboard and new RAM and so on. So it's basically half a computer already. Quite expensive, but yeah, probably thinking about upgrading. I will wait till the first benchmarks are out for the next upcoming AMD processors that come out at the end of September. I think in a week or so. I think 27th, or if I remember correctly. Very looking forward to that. Very interested. But yeah, let's not talk too much about. Elrond is the right kind of wholesome, the only one that feels like a Tolkien elf, in my opinion. I also would say that Arondir feels kind of, at least distantly, like actual an elf from Tolkien's universe at times. Not always, but often. I feel like he works also pretty well, but I agree on Elrond. He, so far, is definitely the highlight of the show, for me personally. My computer's still on AOL dial-up. Okay, so I missed a bunch of messages. Yeah, Mark Sheets said double bluff on the who might be Sauron. See, the Witch King, there was some discussion a moment ago about who Halbrand is. I also feel like at this point it's too obvious for it. Maybe they go for it, sure, that's always a possibility. But currently I have the feeling it's a bit too obvious. That not only as a stormtrooper. Yeah, the orcs also have it, as we just learned, the stormtrooper aiming, which was really interesting. The elves are coming to take our jobs. Yeah, that line. Let's say it was interesting. The problem is, oh no, I made a terrible mistake, I think. You need to go back. Let me just set up the stuff here already. Yeah, it should work. First 2 seasons. What first 2 seasons? No, we are just a pre-stream discussion, which of course can... I don't want to make it an hour or so, but it's always nice to just say hello and just slowly get into the mood of watching the episode. You're talking about Encounter at Farpoint is a TNG episode, right? Isn't that the first episode of the Next Generation Star Trek? That was also a wild one, I have to say. I kind of like it, but it's definitely, let's say, an interesting episode. Yeah, you could definitely argue it's not good, but it's kind of unusual. First two seasons TNG are also, like, they have some really great episodes, I feel, and that is why it's difficult to judge the, in my opinion, Star Trek TNG seasons, the Next Generation seasons. Because every episode, except for some small details, and if it's not like an episode that consists out of 2 or 3 parts, stands on its own. So it doesn't matter if it's a season 2, a season 1, or a season 5 episode, as long as it's good. It's just its own thing, if that makes sense. Yeah, I would agree with Wicked Eyes Studios. If you read the Silmarillion, Galadriel was pretty brash and much more like she's depicted in the earliest. Like, I also feel like the Rings of Power Galadriel is definitely closer to the Silmarillion Galadriel from the first age, very early on. Yeah, TNG did something new. That is, I guess, true. It had definitely a very different vibe from... Not a very different, but a different vibe from the original Star Trek series, that's true. Now, Star Trek Discovery was strange. I really disliked the first season of it. But I have to admit, I kind of found the second season okayish. Definitely watchable. But the ending of season 2, and I have not seen any other seasons yet, seemed like it was going again into a direction I didn't like. So I don't know. I felt like Discovery season 2 worked a bit better than season 1 was terrible. Absolutely terrible, but I hated it. But season 2 was kind of okay. You could maybe argue it was just better than terrible, so it was just terrible -2 or something. No, I disagree with you there. Galadriel is often described as wise, but she is not acting wise, at least in the versions we know about her. Like, at least the Silmarillion Galadriel is not very wise in the time where she is in Doriath. She's, in my opinion, not acting very wise by not telling Melian and Thingol what happened in Alqualonde about the first kinslaying. Because it's just not smart to not tell him, in my opinion. It's not a wise move there. I think the later Galadriel would have told them, because there she got wiser over time. But I think in this early stage, Galadriel was, even though she is described by Tolkien, or Tolkien often says somebody is wise, but it doesn't matter if he's wise when he does not act wise, if that makes any sense. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, Spielkal von Sparta's also here, welcome. We had this discussion in the past. We don't know the full reason, but we know the outcome. And wisdom, in my opinion, defines that you probably know the outcome, but do the right thing even if you don't know what happens. Like, it makes no sense not telling him. They would have found out anyway, and as a result, she lets basically Morgoth spread rumors and allow the enemy to decide the narrative, not yourself, which is, in my opinion, not a wise move. Like, Morgoth had a motive to tell the Sindar elves to what has happened in Alqualonde, because he knew it was obvious that it would spread inner conflict. Not telling and just waiting they never find out is not a wise move in my book. Now, we had this discussion in previous streams already. And I like that, because it's cool to see a character grow over time. It doesn't mean that Galadriel is completely unwise or stupid. I'm just saying I think Third Age Galadriel would have acted differently, which shows that Galadriel also grew in wisdom over time. That makes sense. In the show, she is insufferable. She's real. But I think she made good progress in that. Yeah, that is true. Galadriel's depiction or characterization in Rings of Power is, let's say, interesting. That's a diplomatic word for strange, I think. Then she missed the right moment, because Thingol and Melian learn about the kin slaying not from her, but from her brother Angrod, I think. Or was it Aegnor? One of those. I think it was Angrod. Or was it Aegnor? I'm not sure right now. Yeah, she's too impulsive in Rings of Power. I agree with you, Excelli, on that. Just as said, there was an increase in wisdom for her, in my opinion, over time. It's kind of funny that also, like, Celeborn is also called the Wise, but I never felt like he really acted really wise, or not never, but in some of the few scenes we got from Lord of the Rings, he doesn't seem like very wise at the beginning. Though the wisest thing about Celeborn is that he sees his mistake and basically what do you say in English? He says sorry to Gimli, like he's sorry for what he said previously, and that is, in my opinion, a part of wisdom, that you are able to see your mistake. That's exactly. She needs to get her +10 wisdom armor, exactly like that. Wise behind the scenes, maybe. Yeah, that's possible. BO74 says something very right. The way they went about getting Galadriel to Numenor was just the I can't say the word, but why can't I stupidest way possible. Sorry, I can't just talk. All ridiculous coincidence and bad decisions, and she isn't even supposed to be there. Exactly, like, that is a big problem. I feel like a lot of Galadriel's part in Numenor is not in Galadriel's hand. Like, how she got there was not in Galadriel's hand. And also how she got the Numenorians to help her in Middle-earth was also, like, Galadriel failed. Miriel was literally sending her back. If this tree would not have lost all these... What is the English word? Flowers? Like, not flower, it's... like, there's this English word for these parts of a flower. You know? It starts with a P. And in my mind, always the word pellet comes up, but it's not petal, it's petals or something like this. I can't memorize it. I don't know why, but I'm not able to do this. I'll see you later. Much fun with your visit, huh? Petals, right? Yeah. Thank you for this. I don't know why. In my mind, always the word pellet comes up and not petals when I want to say this word. I know it's wrong, but I never can think of the right word. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Holds Galadriel by this point, she already suffered everything done by Melkor. If she isn't wise at this point, what could occur to her to grow to become how she is in Lord of the Rings? It's a really good question that asked. Like, how old she is difficult to answer. Like, it kind of is not, but at the same time it is. Because, like, her exact birth date we know from the War of the Jewls. There's, like, a timeline Tolkien once wrote, an old one, and in that we know she is born Years of the Trees 1362, if I remember correctly. And from that, we could derive how old she is at this point. Let's say roundabout in this version. The problem is you have Years of the Trees, and Years of the Trees are measured in Vailian years. And Tolkien wrote different factors how to calculate solar years out of Vailian years. However, if we consider, I think the factor Tolkien had in mind when he set this particular date, it was 9.582. In this case, she would be around about, let's say, 2,000 years old, plus 590 years old, plus maybe 1,000 years. Because I think Rings of Power plays in the Second Age, plays in the Second Age 1,000. Yeah, year 1,000 in the Second Age. Though Miriel, of course, is from the Second Age 3,000, I don't know, 117 or something like that, much later. Yeah, the 144 solar years, 1 Vailian year factor is a later factor Tolkien wrote. But you have to keep in mind that this 144 factor is potentially not compatible with the date Tolkien was not what Tolkien had in mind when he wrote the date for Galadriel's birth down. So Tolkien might have later, with this 144 years, changed Galadriel's birth date according to this. Because if you take 144 years, she's like 20,000 years old at the beginning of the Second Age. So that's quite a lot for an elf, even, and would seem strange. But yeah, Tolkien wrote a version where one Vailian year is 144 solar years. But as said, this was a later stage, and you can't just take the dates he wrote in an earlier stage of his writing and just, instead of multiplying them with factor 10 or factor 9.582, and then just say, okay, later he had 144 years, and then just take the date. That makes it complicated to say how old she is exactly, of course, but I would argue Tolkien had in mind that she is round about a few thousand years old. That's interesting. But yeah, I don't mind too much about how old Galadriel now looks in the show exactly. We will see. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, the elven time spent is always complicated. But now we talked around about half an hour, minus the setup time I needed to get the stream running. I would suggest we start watching the episode, and then we can, of course, talk a bit after the episode again. I will, of course, also talk during the episode, but mostly about what we see. Yeah, I feel like I agree with Alex. Like the portrayal of Galadriel is definitely strange, and how she is shown in Rings of Power. The reason for this immense strangeness, as I would call it, is for me that they really want to show like an unrealistic young Galadriel that is not like she would be different in the books in the Second Age already. I would agree on this. And that is kind of a how to call it? It's like they want to show an unrealistic Galadriel that has a lot of character development and goes from this childish Galadriel. In my video, I called her basically, like at the beginning of episode 1, we see child Galadriel, like literally a child playing her, and then later she is adult, but it's like the time paused and she's still child Galadriel, but now in the body of an adult. And I think this is kind of strange, but you need to get used to it. And I think it will slowly get better with Galadriel over time, but it will take some time. Like they have, for whatever reason, the idea, let's have a very character development heavy character in the show. And I feel like what they did wrong is, maybe they didn't do it wrong, and in the end will say it was genius to do it like this. But currently, they why people often complain about Galadriel so much, it's definitely that she is a bit too over the top. Like as somebody just wrote in chat, she's so bad at diplomacy and acting like at a court with queens and kings and whatnot and nobles. It feels very unrealistic. Like she's so unrealistic that most, I would assume viewers will say, okay, I could have done that better. And she's like an eternal elf, thousands of years old already. That's completely out of place. And I feel like here they failed a little bit. That they put her too much out of place. But at this point, 4 episodes in, that's how she is. And we have to accept it and just watch how she develops. I always feel like they did the actress of Galadriel a huge disservice, because I think she does a really good job when it comes down to acting, but she's just strangely written and needs maybe a bit to get used to. As somebody said in chat, what is interesting or found interesting, like not here in this chat, but a previous watch party or analysis stream, that and somebody compared it to somebody suffering from PTSD, and says basically some people who suffer from that antagonize everything and see a threat or an enemy in everybody, even in those who try to help them. And this is exactly what we see with Galadriel. The only person that I found really funny or ironic, that where she sees kind of a friend, is Halbrand. And everybody, of course, by now is theorizing that he might be Sauron, because something is wrong with this dude. Like, he has some serious issues, and he's strange and manipulative, and he has no moral compass, and I don't know. He flees from something, he's very mysterious, he doesn't set anything. It's a bit unfortunate. And interestingly, Galadriel exactly finds, like, I don't know, a soul brother, or whatever you call this, a brother in spirit, in Halbrand, and trusts him. And Halbrand, though he has no moral compass and is highly manipulative, he is much better at reading other people and the situation compared to Galadriel. So that is kind of interesting. Yeah, she didn't mature at all. Exactly. Like, she is still child Galadriel. Now we are... I had this crazy Photoshop thing in the last stream where I tried to explain my thoughts. And we are now, I don't know. I think we now have Numenor Galadriel, and when she will leave next episode, or in episode number 6, I assume she leaves with the Numenorians and goes to fight in Middle Earth. We will see post Numenor Galadriel. I'm very curious how this development stage is of her. In a way, I find that interesting to see. Though, of course, we can now, like at some point, you have to let go from the thought that, like, we discussed it so many times by now, that Galadriel is different. Yes, unfortunate, but let us see where she goes from here, because she clearly is starting to make a character development in episode 4, and that's maybe a good, what do you call it? In German we say Stichwort, which is a strange word in a way, to be honest. But Yeah, which is basically the... Let me just... A bullet? No, it's not a bullet point. Would be one translation of that, but it's not what I mean. Let me just see, chat. Let's ask the dictionary here. The prompt. Maybe the cue. Yeah, the cue is maybe a good word. That's the cue to start the episode, because I'm talking now for too long and we haven't even started watching yet. And I assume people want to watch the episode here. Yeah, that is also a good point. I guess why a lot of people are kind of triggered, because Galadriel did not trust, as one of the few, Anatar when he appeared. But as said, this is a different Galadriel from Book Galadriel. You have to just keep this in mind. It's like film Aragorn versus Book Aragorn in a way. Just that maybe film Aragorn is more has more empathy and is more likable as a character. I always go to my pause screen here, which is... That should work. Okay, so I would say... So now, I will start the episode now. So there will be the What Happens Last Episode part. I will watch that. And so the timer should always be correct. We also watch the credits pre-scene, whatever you call it, with the sand stuff. I will count down from... Sorry, I just had to... My water here is a bit too much. What do you call this? I have to look up every word I want to use today. In German, we have carbonic acid. Like it's a German thing to drink water with carbonic acid in it, like little bubbles. What do you call this in English? I don't know. Like, it's not still water, but the opposite of that. The real story was the friends we made along the way. Exactly. So, I would say, chat, I maybe make chat a little bit bigger on my second screen here. So I can read it a bit easier. All I need to do is now make this here smaller, but I don't mind. Let me just see. So you only need to hear me. I should not hear the stuff, else I get claimed. Sparkling water. Yeah, exactly. Carbonated. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. I think often, sometimes people wonder, because in Germany you can, in most places, just drink tap water, and the quality is so good that, yeah, that's how you basically have your still water in a way. Of course, still water in bottles also exists, but usually, it's very kind of German common thing to drink carbonated water instead. Whatever. Fizzy drink. I always wonder how your name is pronounced. Like, are you from Germany? Doesn't sound like in German the name would be pronounced Christiane. Maybe it's also anglicized. But yeah, my vocabulary is not fully loaded in my brain yet. Now that you say sprinkled water carbonated, it comes back to my mind that it's called like that. Yeah, exactly. It's very common here. I don't know. Yeah, somebody. I watched a stream years ago. Not a stream like a podcast thing, but it was also streamed. The shout out, like he passed away like some years ago. Total Biscuit, and his co-optional podcast, or TGS podcast, and there they talked about Gamescom in one thing, and he wondered why why it was so difficult to get like still water in Germany, and everything was just carbonated. And I noticed, yeah, right, it could be for people not from Germany. Unusual, never thought about this. Oh, I'm German, you pronounced it well. Okay, Christian, that's good. I was once married to an Italian. Okay, that explains your last name then. But sometimes it's very difficult. Like, the fascinating thing is, like, often in chat or on my Discord, there are a lot of German people for whatever reason. But if I look at my statistics on YouTube, I think my German-speaking audience is sorry. It's round about 4%. And, yeah, really unfortunate. What's going on with my voice? My voice is failing. Okay, so I would suggest we just jump into the episode then, because if I now start answering more stuff from chat, we will never start. So I would say a countdown from 3, then the timer will start, hopefully, correctly. Too many bubbles, exactly. No, it's not the bubbles, and just had like, I'm also not sure you say it in English. Like, the feeling like you have a crumb in your throat, if that makes sense. Kind of strange. Count minutes regular. Okay, so I count down from married to German. I count down from 3. Then we start. And as said, now that we start at 0 basically, and I hope it's synchronized then for everyone. So 3, 2, 1, go. The tower needs to be completed by spring, which is still strange to me. And now I know why it's so loud. Frog in your throat? Okay. In German we say Krump, I think. Krümel im Hals or something like that. We make for the Elven Tower on first light. Okay. Now we see Arondir getting captured. And Adar comes. Who's a goddamn stranger? I can't bear this question for more weeks. I kind of like to just like, what is it called? Speculate about it. Timer is running, right? Everything seems to be fine on my side. Interesting. No, it's not, the Hand of Sauron is supposed to be, a black Numenorian, and those are not elves, and Adar is, at least he seems to me, clearly elvish. But I could be wrong, though. I'm not sure. I think I'm a bit with Tim, Hello Future Me, when he was last week on my channel here. Maybe check the roundtable for episode 3. And yeah, he said basically he assumes he's a season 1 bad guy. The pre-Sauron bad guy, basically. And I could see that this works. Now it starts. We see the palace. It looks really beautiful, I have to say. I think the children is called Alinel, I think is the name, but I could not figure out what this means. Alinel. I think lean could mean song. I'm not sure what A means. Like A could be the imperative particle. That was an interesting sound thing. When we first heard this rumbling in the background, I thought, was this... I don't know, was this here around or something? I also didn't realize that it might have to do with the scene. Looks pretty cool, to be honest. Evil elf captain. And this is a strange scene. I mean, it makes sense that they try to get the crowd or people on his side, maybe exaggerating what actually happened. Arzon's really a true politician. That Farazon, speaking of wisdom, is kind of funny. He's probably talking about the cyborgs. Elendil is also the elf friend or elf lover. He's also half-elven. He has all the guild crests on his thing. Amenilos is not mentioned in Lord of the Rings as a name. Interesting that he mentioned it here. It's kind of strange to me. Also, he now brings drinks. I mean, that always works. But isn't it kind of, I would almost say pathetic in a way, that you have this very great nation, the Numenorians, this great city, the people are proud and so on, and then one elf comes and people lose it. In a way, it's like politicians blaming immigrants. Exactly. If our world would not be such a sad place at times, I would say that it's completely ridiculous. But as we know, it's sadly closer to the reality than we would wish to, at least some of us, I guess. And the strange thing is, Galadriel also wants to leave Numenor. It's not like the elf wants to stay there and steal their jobs. She says, I would like to get back to Middle-earth, but it is strange. I'm not sure what she means by that. Why runic? Yeah, it's an intentional allegory for sure. Petty lord. That's nicely worded. Yeah, in a way, that's a bit the problem with this. Now Galadriel has to be angry again. Cut prison cell. This is the strangest scene of all time. The problem is, it wouldn't be so strange if we wouldn't understand Isildur better, in my opinion. He has some serious doubts and he has this voice, but that's all we know. But we don't know exactly what it is. Also, beautiful shot, by the way. Also, I don't get his motive. He could just make the trial and then say, yeah, you know what? Even though I passed the trial, I just sailing on the sea is not mine. Maybe I do something else. Why does he have to actively sabotage? Oh, it was a good punch, by the way. Never noticed he punched him. The problem with this scene, in my opinion, is it's not bad. The acting is decent. The idea is not bad. The problem is, I personally don't feel anything because I don't understand these characters. I don't know who they are. Like the writers expect me to kind of understand what's going on, but I don't do. Of course, Elendil would not allow him to quit. That is true, but he could have for sure found a better way. Okay, just sync your stream. I hope it works now. The time code on my side should be correct. 1450, but it doesn't work with you because reasons. Like, you are 30 seconds behind me. When you hear this, we are probably 15, 20 or so. That was an interesting scene. Very intense scene. I think also the orc acted this pretty well, and with these prosthetics he has, it's probably not easy, right? The question is, if this orc now gets eaten by the warg, oh no, Roshi, quite welcome. Is he referencing Morgoth's plan? Like Morgoth, for people wondering, was pretty nihilistic. He is the dissonance to the creation of God, basically, and he doesn't like the creation. He wants to have his own creation, and as a result, he wants to undo the creation of the world itself. He would even undo his own servants, like his own creations, if that makes sense, and just create something anew. He can't do this, though. Six potatoes? Excuse me. Yeah, the Valar are basically, and technically not gods, they are the angels of God, but they form kind of a god pantheon. I like how he says soft belly. Is soft belly chat? Oh, bye Priscilla. Thank you for staying. Is soft belly a common English phrase, term for people? Or is it some kind of Tolkienian reference, I don't know, to Glaurung or something? That's really interesting that Rowan, like there was one scene where he acted really tough, but now in this particular thing, Theo seems to be absolutely fearless in a way. Rowan is not. I don't blame him, to be honest. Yeah, this is also, Christiana, you said it right. I don't understand why nobody brought food. Like, when Bronwyn came to the tavern and brought the orc head, she said, we go next day. Like, the extra, if they would have went immediately out of town, I would have understood that they would not have brought food with them, or not enough, but, you know what I mean? But they went next day, so they had time to prepare their leave. It was not like they were on the complete... Of course, they had to hurry a bit. But, yeah. Interesting cut. Rowan. And then we see Rowan outside. I also would have preferred if we would have called him Rowan or something like this, but I guess it's Rowan. It's also clear what will happen in this tavern. It's too predictable, the setup for this. Like, you know, yeah, there will be some orc in the tavern. As I said, the powers or high angels are the Valar, comparable to a god pantheon. I would not say they are lesser gods, because there's only one actual god. Also, I was right that he will pump it into his arm and activate this blade. And it is an orc next to him. It's also kind of funny. He just hits him with a sword, and you think, okay, it's a super weapon. Blood magic going on. Hits him, and he's just cut and said, ow. I think this orc we also know from the prison camp. Vras was also there in the previous in episode 3. Very classic shots here. Bit of tension. And now you see it's still daylight, by the way. And now, in all this time, they built this. It's kind of mind-blowing, isn't it? How much time was already over? Like, I'm not a person who has any clue of building. But I like this dialogue here, so I shut up for a moment. Human and elf and an orc go into the tavern. Maybe he makes this up. Or not. But yeah, if Celebrimbor left Gondolin potentially, same as Eärendil with his parents as a child. So in the mouth of Sirion they could have met. So it's possible in theory. And we know from, for example, Huor and also said to Turgon like a prophecy and saying that their children would later change things, and that was true. He meant Eärendil. So it kind of reflects that, in my opinion. I really love the. I kind of find it interesting that we, excuse me, we never find the see the children. Maybe they want to avoid showing children with beards, because it might look too ridiculous or so. Sherlock Elrond is on the case here. Interesting. I think there's a lot of detail in this. Some people say it's stupid that later Elrond, I hope nobody watches this episode for the first time, later finds out the password. But if you look at this scene, when the children say this rhyme, she stops them. Why would they do this? Kind of interesting details on this scene. I'm a genius. Sadly not. I'm a fool sometimes. Sometimes less foolish than other times. I like this scene though a lot. Now with Elrond, maybe he's he's hearing with his like super elf senses or seeing their lip movement or something. Sherlock Elrond again on its case. Yeah, potentially lip reading. But maybe he also can hear it or something. I don't know. We definitely know that elves have like superior perception. He sees the footsteps. He knows there's something behind. I had to think of Dark Souls again because there are also these illusory walls all the time. Though this illusory wall design is more Dark Souls 2. I kind of like this. Like, some seeds say it's stupid, but in my opinion, it is elaborated a little bit, and maybe it characterizes Durin a little bit, for he's potentially not that creative with passwords or anything, so he needs something he can memorize well. I don't want to say he's stupid or anything, but you know what I mean? Maybe he's not that creative and comes up, what password could we take for the door? And he maybe uses something his children are always saying, and now Lisa has to be careful with Elrond around that her children don't use this rhyme all the time. But he already heard it and used it here. That is true. That's an interesting setup for Elrond. Because the Misty Mountains kind of doom him later when you think of his wife. But also the dwarves are doomed. I also already like that they put Eärendil a lot lore-wise into this. I like how he just straight goes. Like, Durin is not paying attention to falling rocks or anything. He just goes for it. That really is also an interesting characterization of his character, I feel. Yeah, Mithril was also a thing in Numenor, you're right, Beligor. I'm not even sure if it was mentioned before. Restless Galadriel. Cold is also a horse, right? I don't know. I find it okay with the O's. I have to see how it develops. It will, of course, be pushed. Calls the young horse. Okay, thank you. Also watching English, by the way. Young male horse, okay. I read in the bonus information that this statue here is presenting the ocean or the sea itself. I think like it depicts potentially Uinen. I'm not sure if they can name her though. Uinen is one of the Maya of the Vala of the Sea, Ulmo, and the wife of also another Maya of the Sea in the service of Ulmo. Somebody made the good question. If these are guards, shouldn't they have the key anyway? And being in the sill should not be a problem. I don't mind that Galadriel is able to overwhelm 3 guards of men. Like, she's Galadriel. She is the greatest elf, like, I don't know, with Fëanor. And Fëanor fought like 8 Balrogs and was heavily wounded but not died to them. He just died to his wounds later, but... So, in theory... Of course, Galadriel could be powerful. I think she doesn't mind that Father knows where she goes. But this Halbrand is so above the situation all the time. Only Elrond had elf hearing. Potential. Also, welcome, Timbo-Took. Nice to see you. And thank you again for joining the panel last week. If you have time, you can join this week again. I'll probably discuss this on Discord. So we might start earlier this week. Interesting point he makes. He no longer answers to that. Six center. By the way, Narsil in the background a moment. I assume it's Narsil. Yeah. Maybe the X of... But it can't be the X of Húrin. It withered. I assume... Is this the helm of Dorlomin there in the background? It'd be kind of funny if they had these ancient artifacts somehow. There's even an 8th one in Amman. On Numenor there are only 7. And interestingly, the Faithful have this. Actually, I think the Silmarillion says that Amandil got those. So it's strange that she has one, in a way. It is possible that Galadriel had touched the Palantir before as well. Yeah, the Swan Shield. Is that the shield of Tuor? Yeah, the Palantir choice is interesting. It's strange and interesting at the same time, I feel. Yeah, a Palantir cannot show the future, except there would be one exception. If the person using the Palantir had a vision of the future, you know what I mean? It's kind of interesting picture that in the water he's safe. I like that, because water is something the dark powers kind of fear, or where the dark power is not so strong in it, the evil of the world. I see this as an interesting idea. But yeah, if somebody uses a Palantir and he has a vision and he basically transfers this vision to another Palantir, maybe the Palantir can store it and then you can later access this vision on the Palantir. But by in of itself, a Palantir can't see the future. Of course, also the Valar could have put in a vision into this particular Palantir as well. Ulmo strong, exactly. But it's also an interesting idea that she has a Palantir and she says basically the other 6 are lost or hidden. I think that is what actually might be the case, that they are hidden. This scene is also strange, like, the orcs have very good night vision. It seems very constructed that they don't see, or don't find him there. I mean, you could make an argument because he was so long in the water that maybe his scent is now different or so. It's so clear what happens next. It's so clear what happens next as well. Like, it's very, very predictable. It's not bad, but also the classic he stops his blade trope when he gets killed. This scene now is really strange what's coming up. Like, I didn't like that at all. It's too constructed. It's just set up to bring to unite Arondir with them. Maybe this also increases Theo's relationship with Arondir a bit. Increases? Yeah, improves. It's probably a better word. But I was right. All these scenes we have seen are connected. I called this in the trailer analysis, at least. I expected, though, that maybe Theo tries to help him and frees him from prison or something like that. From the prison camp. This way now it's far more constructed. I can see, though, that Arondir maybe gets his weapons back or so. Maybe has some spare weapons somewhere hidden in the woods or so in case of an emergency, or with, I don't know, like a stash somewhere, and he just went there to get the bow and sword. I can make kind of sense. But this is the strangest. Why is Bronwyn? She's not unarmed, though. She has his, what do you call this? Size? However it's pronounced. How did she find them in the forest? I mean, maybe the orcs were allowed, but it seems strange to me that they're united. Then we have this epic choir music here. A bit of slow motion here and there. And now they just stop. and the orcs don't shoot arrows anymore. Why? And in a moment the arrows are coming and they never hit them. It's just such a strange scene. Conveniently also, it's sunrise now. It's such a weird scene. I don't like that at all. Makes no sense. This is a Disa song again, right? Music-wise. Now they make this weird stare down, thinking, oh, well, the sun is there, we can't follow them, so tough luck this time. You know, they just, yeah, okay, we're out of here. And now you see there was an arrow right next to them. Like, what is this scene? Like, it makes no sense. Beautiful landscape shots, though. This scene makes no sense. Very terrible scene. Here we have now the switching to the Disa singing thing. That was a cool scene, though. I found pretty cool, though, the idea behind this. Especially in the context that the whole world is created out of music. If that makes sense. I like how Disa looks at Elrond there. Disa's a very interesting character. I think she's very wise in a way. You should maybe mention his mother. South Arendelle, of course. Dude. I love this. This is one of my favorite lines of this episode. His screams were pitched so high, I thought it wasn't chat. Oh boy, it gets me every time. Really cool scene. Are the dwarves supposed to be Scottish? I don't think so, but I don't mind. Like, it's an interesting discussion that you have. Oh, no, discussion, a point that you make. In German, for example, in the German localization, they don't have any accents. And people complain about this at times and say, isn't it unfortunate that we don't use the rich accents we have in German as, for example, the English-speaking folk do? To just differentiate them a little bit. Maybe I should not say accents, I should say maybe dialects, but yeah. No, I don't think he said what accents to use. I kind of like it. It's very untypical for German localization to use dialects. Usually they are avoided. It's like the standard. I think because it's not established, it might be weird. I mean, I can see. It's because we are so used to it in German to standard localized stuff with just high modern German, but it is interesting. Frankish would work. That's then always a problem. Like some German dialects are also funny in a way, so I'm kind of somewhat happy that they don't work too much with dialects. But it's an interesting discussion because for me it's impossible to imagine how those dialects, what the impression of those dialects is on new people that you are from, for example, the UK or from the English-speaking realm. I assume there are also English accents or so or dialects that sound funny. And you say, yeah, they would totally not fitting if an elf or a dwarf would speak like that. From Meban. I really like how he says this. He could be a pirate, kind of. And he also has this wound on his arm that I find very interesting. The what we call scars. Beautiful Cern. Interesting that he calls him beautiful. That's a Sauron theme, I think, right? What? Whose arm is this? I assume it's the orc arm. I also found this intense for, like, I don't know, what do you call it? Like in German, the German on Amazon recommends 12 years or so. I think it's a bit a bit too brutal for my German age rating senses for a 12-year rating. Like cut off arms and like a walk eating it is kind of intense. Fingers are still twitching. It's a cool scene, don't get me wrong, but yeah, the Black Númenóreans live just in Umbar, which is close to where the people of Harad or Farharad live. Yeah, the hills was made maybe by Morgoth and the power. Elendil also has not much to do in this episode. He makes like one little funny moment, and that was it. Very unfortunate, but there was too many other characters that needed introduction in this episode. For example, this guy and his son. No idea how interesting Earien and Kemen will be, though. And now, everybody thinks, okay, the elf is leaving, awesome. Now we have it, now we are completed and we can move on with our lives. Order restored. Elendil sees it as unfortunate because I guess he is an elf friend. Now comes the scene we know from the trailer. We now see that quite literally the tree is losing it. Yeah, she thinks that's a sign of the Valar that is now a wrong decision, and I think interesting. Maybe Morgoth did it not forge it personally, or just created the design as a weapon. We don't know the extent of this particular sword. It's one of the more like this looks kind of artificial in a way. You know what I mean? It's not bad, but kind of unusual. 10 days. Now this episode really says, okay, we are close to the end. An hour and 5 I have on the clock here. Or hour and 6. And now they have to really do stuff. Yeah. She's kind of worried that her brother goes, I guess. So Numenor is now thinking, Middle-earth, let's go! Maybe it is now that Numenor also established its settlements, because this we have not seen. And this is the end of the episode, for me. Shoutouts to to Vic Armstrong and Simon Tolkien. How does it know the Southlands are besieged? From Galadriel, because Galadriel knows it from Halbrand. In a way, her, how to phrase it? Her information sources are very limited. Like, there are multiple things why she knows this. Let me just make the sound here a bit less loud, so I can focus a bit better on what I say. Like, Galadriel knows the sign is of Sauron, and she knows that the sign of Sauron is like the outline of Mordor, and so the plan for the orcs is, in case of Morgoth's defeat, they will all meet up in Mordor and establish a new realm. That is Sauron's plan, and she knows this due to her research. Halbrand, on top of that, confirmed on this raft thing where she talked to him that he has seen orcs in the Southlands and went away. And she wants him, that she brings him to these orcs, and later, through her research, she doesn't really need this, and this information is kind of confirmed by what the Numenorians had in their archives. And now they know, okay, the enemy, Sauron, the orcs, are in the Southlands and are probably in trouble at some point, in some shape or form. We should go there and help them. And Galadriel, of course, has the intent, now I can get my revenge on Sauron. I'm not sure if Galadriel, in her heart, somewhat cares for the people in the Southlands, but, yeah, it is what it is. Hope that made kind of sense. I just stop the timer here and stop my finger as well, because we're on the credits already. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe Farazon needs to increase his power in his absence. There's an interesting... Did you people see the trailer? What happens next teaser? There he has there's one sentence he says to Isildur, which is interesting. It's just happening for the plot without explanation. That Farazon... Yeah, you might be right that Farazon... I guess we could get more... it's not like... I don't expect that in episode 5 we see Galadriel on the ship sailing directly. Like, there will be more setup to it in episode 5. So then it makes maybe more sense, and maybe Farazon is more established. Like, this is the first episode where we see Farazon playing a somewhat bigger role, kind of. Like, yeah, in episode 3, he had also like a few sentences with Miriel when she asks him about who is Elendil, which I've said found strange. So they will expand on him next episode, I'm pretty sure of that. And so he might be there, established and introduced. We are again in the realm of setup. That Farazon has his own ambitions in some shape or form. Here he now gives the politician, the, what do you call it, statesman that is close to the people and the guilds in the streets and to the people in the streets, and at the same time also close, knows what's going on in in the palace and so on. But I think he has his own agenda. It's very clear, like something is also wrong with that guy. And of course, who knows the books? We know where this is going, of course, but I don't want to give too many book spoilers here for reasons that people might not aware of where the plot line runs. Keep in mind, though Miriel and Pharazôn are late Second Age characters, that the show still plays in the first 1000 years of the Second Age. It just pretends that, I assume the complete timeline or parts of the timeline of Numenor will be just pushed towards the early, and it will slowly develop, I assume, over 5 seasons. I'm not sure when the Numenorian arc is completed in Rings of Power, but we will find out when that is. Like, I'm not sure how fast they develop. So far, not much as, like, the pacing of the actual story of the show is just incredibly slow if you think about it. Like, you have, like, the idea of the show is basically, like, if we try to summarize what the show is about, it is about, basically, Morgoth is defeated, and a new Dark Lord arises in the form of Sauron, but he's still in hiding. And slowly he starts increasing his power and evil and establishes his realm. And then this at some point leads also to the creation of the Rings of Power. This, in my opinion, is for like the first half or first 2 seasons the plotline of Rings of Power. And we have basically seen nothing of this yet. All of this to this point is just setting things up. And that is a big problem, in my opinion, that the show has. Because we never really make progress. The most progress we made is that Galadriel found out that Sauron will go to Mordor at some point and become the new Dark Lord, then establish his realm and start to spread his evil from there. That's all basically that was established. Everything else was just basically set up for what might come later. The closest thing to the direction of the Rings of Power getting forged is the whole Celebrimbor needs workforces in Eregion part. Galadriel needs a Snickers. She isn't herself when she's hungry. Yeah, we never saw her eat except for this on the ship when she woke up in episode 3 at the beginning. Of course, she could be still quite hungry. Does anyone even find Halbrand attractive? Yes, I can tell you there are people who, I think, not just a few find him attractive. Excellion. I know some females who consider him eye candy. For sure. Yeah, you're right, CPP, that maybe it's too slow to establish like outposts and so on, but maybe that is a side thing for coming up seasons, because from this setup here, I would assume that, from the trailer material we also got hints at this, that the Arondir arc and the Galadriel arc will go for a time at least hand in hand, so they will basically combine, and we have one plot arc less, because 2 plot arcs merge basically. Not sure for how long. It's hard to tell how long will Galadriel stay in Mordor. My assumption is basically that they will flee out of Mordor at the end when Sauron actually returns. I could imagine that Mount Doom or something breaks out, and then they say, oh, and then they are just out of there. The question is, I mean, when Pharazôn makes his move, it would be too early. Like, this feels... I think he maybe does some setup and becomes more powerful in Numenor, but it has to have multiple steps, because I can't imagine that Pharazôn going full Pharazôn happens in season 1. Like, I would expect this to happen in season 3 or something. Maybe in season 2 at most. I mean, they can't go this fast because the One Ring isn't even forged yet. And I think we need this to happen somewhat in parallel. I'm not sure when they are going to even start the Rings of Power. Who do you think Adar is? I think he's just a side villain. Like, he's just a made-up character that maybe references some ideas that in the First Age some elves like Maeglin or so also allied with Morgoth, and maybe he's on this kind of path. But I think he's just he's a season 1 antagonist, because you need an antagonist in stories. Usually, I guess there are stories that get along without an antagonist, or the main character is the antagonist basically at the same time. But usually you need, in these stories, you need like a proper villain. And he will be the first season, maybe the first 2 season villain or something. Hard to tell. So he's basically the villain until Sauron shows up. That would be my interpretation here. What his backstory is really hard to tell. I hope he's not Maglor or something. Maybe he was once in the service of Feanor or so. Really hard to tell. Now that I have a bit of, as it's called, well, that doesn't. I have a better idea to solve my desire to know. Let me just go back. Like, I would love to see the dialogue between him and Arondi again. There are multiple scenes which I would like to rewatch, but maybe he is a member of the House of the Mole. I could imagine. I don't think, though, he is Maeglin, and I don't think he's Maglor. At least I hope so. The rewatch party. I thought the Numenorians were just a rebranding of the Numenorian label, giving association. It's really hard to tell, to be honest, but if I remember correctly, I looked into this question in the past, and the term Dunedain also appears in the Second Age already, before the foundation of Gondor and Arnor. So it kind of makes sense that they call themselves Dunedain, because they are the descendants of the Edain, as also Pharazôn says in this show. And they are the men of the West because they go to the West Island. Though it might be used later more as a rebranding. Like the Gondorians would not call themselves post-Numenorians or whatever. Also, the Gondorians are Dunedain. They're all, though I guess in a way Aragorn later uses this term as Dunadan, as he's sometimes called, more prominently But also the Gondorians were Dunedain. That is basically their folk. Yeah, it's definitely possible that the Dunedain mixed a bit, but not all of them, I guess. Usually I like the Maglar theory. I mean, there is a lot of interesting hints for that. It's an interesting theory, I agree, but I still hope, because leave Maglar be, basically. Like, I think the law implications are a bit too big. Yeah, that is a tendency of the Dunedain. I think Aragorn was definitely one of the Dunedain who made it past 200. So in a way, it increased again a bit. But for example, Elros lived for 500 years, and I think his son for 480. So even after Elros, the longevity of the line decreased very slowly. That's an interesting idea. What do you think of my theory? The hilt of the sword the orcs are searching for is a part of Morgoth's power that will be infused into the ring. And that's why they're searching for it. It's definitely a potential thing. But I still think the One Ring as an artifact is mostly a Sauron creation, because big parts of his will and power were put into this ring. And of course, we can read that for everything Sauron later did in his dark way spells, his dark sorcery, and so on, he basically used the Morgoth element in the world. So Morgoth's dark power that was infused into the world itself. And it might be that this could have to do with it. It's an interesting idea. But I would argue it could also work without something like that. But maybe you're right. Maybe you're onto something. Yeah, even the Gondorian bloodline is reduced a little bit, if that makes sense. Because was it Eldacar or was it his father? I forgot. He married a woman of the Norsemen. No, it was his father, Valakar. And he married Widomavi. And she was like the daughter of a king of the of some Norsemen. Yeah, they really could. I also said I wanted to rewatch the scene there in the background, which I still haven't done yet. But yeah, turns out that Joseph Mawle is a pretty good actor. Where were you born? By the mouth of the river. He went down that river once. It's a pretty big giveaway when he was young. Was he young there? Kind of. The problem is, why does he ask if he was born at the mouth? That I find strange. If we look at the First Age map, which I have somewhere here prepared, as always, the mouths he could be speaking of are here, the mouths of Sirion. However, for Sylvan elves to make sense, I would assume he's born in Osiriant. So it's kind of strange. And of course, it is an implication for Marglor, because Marglor also went there once and killed everyone. I really hope that's not Marglor though. Like, that would be not cool in my opinion. Also, Warlock, welcome. It's also the episode where they talk about Erendil. That's a good point. What dialect of Elvish was he speaking? I assume he spoke Quenya, as always. It's very strange that they talk Quenya, though. Ochtar. Ah, he calls him Ochtar. Ochtar is an interesting name. You know why? Because, if I remember correctly, the squire of Isildur was was also called Ochtar, warrior or soldier. It was, I assume, not his real name, but due to the legend, it kind of became his name. Very interesting detail. I think you can read about this in Unfinished Tales. Yeah, the refugees of Gondolin went down. So he could also be from Gondolin, but he of course can't be Maiglin. It's not possible. Yeah, there are a lot of people who spoke Quenya. The problem is that due to Arondir also speaking Quenya, it seems a bit strange. Like, it's really hard to really work. Like, if he knew that Arondir, or if he would have guessed that Arondir is a Sylvan elf, he would have probably spoke Sindarin or something like that with him instead of Quenya. Any of these guys mentioned the appendices? No, Marglord is not mentioned in the appendices or in Lord of the Rings in general. Maiglin is also not mentioned. Eärendil, though, is mentioned. Elrond in the Council of Elrond says that Eärendil was his sire, so his father. Yeah, I definitely think he's an elf. Maybe I should open here my program. And maybe show you the screenshots then. I mean, I assume he's a Noldor in some shape or form, because he has these insignia on his shoulder. I try to find the screenshot in a moment. I'm not sure if they have rights to the letters of Tolkien. He is mentioned, or not by... I'm not even sure if he's mentioned by name, but it is mentioned that this last remaining sons of Feanor, Maglor and Maedhros, one cast himself into a pit and the other into the sea. So Tolkien implies that both died. I would argue that settles it with Maglor. I mean, I have to be careful again. Didn't I just open that? Strange. But yeah, it's an interesting episode. Now that I've looked a bit into it, there are some decisions simply in this episode which I absolutely don't like. That's the biggest problem for me with episode 4. I think though it's not like it's kind of decent at times though. It's not completely terrible from start to finish. But yeah, Morgoth is not directly mentioned in the letters. Yeah, it's in... I forgot the letter again. 183. Yeah, it is letter 131. That Tolkien basically summarizes a lot of the Silmarillion plot, and it's from 1900, from the 50s. It's from 956 or something, 51 roundabout. Can't be completely dated or precisely. Yeah, the last two sons of Feanor, compelled by their oaths, steal them, the Silmarilli, and are destroyed by them, casting themselves into the sea and the pits of the earth. So this basically settles it, in my opinion. And then he says, the ship of Earendil, adorned with the last Silmaril, is set in heaven as the brightest star. So ends the Silmarillion and the tales of the First Age. And Tolkien definitely says here, it ends here. In my opinion, it would be really a bit against Tolkien to continue this here, even though it might be an interesting setup here, but I'm a hugest fan of it, as a lore fan, I have to admit. In the Silmarillion, Joe, you are right, it is mentioned that he wanders the coastline of Middle-earth forever in despair, something like that. So there it is different in this version, but I assume it's more like what's the adjective? Mythic. It's like a myth. It's a mythology. It's a mythology, a story that it's always a bit exaggerated, if that makes sense, or more in a way poetic to make, for example, up for a name for some place, or to give like the coastline of Middle-earth this I don't know, maybe it's considered a sad place, and the idea why people feel sad, or maybe it's kind of daunting or creepy or whatever, you know what I mean? And it's because this mythological, thank you, that's the word. And it's a mythological story, and as a result, the explanation in this mythology is then that once this last survivor, Maglor, wanders it in despair forever, almost like a ghost haunting it in a way. And that is an interesting idea from a mythological perspective, but even though what actually happened to him, he just drowned himself, considering that this story is true. It's of course true, Excellion, that the show doesn't really follow the logic of the story. Still, I think in context of my stream and discussing this, all I can do is rely on what I know of Tolkien, because there is like the mathematical principle that out of false things can imply true things and wrong things. So you can basically derive or conclude anything out of a false assumption, but so it doesn't make sense to speculate too much about it, even though it can be fun as well. But just from our perspective, we take what Tolkien actually wrote, and then from this base we make our assumptions, even though the show might not agree with us here. But what do I care what the writers of the show made up here in this case? From the book's perspective, it makes no sense, in my opinion. Yeah, like Lamos, explanation myth, why there is a weird echo going on there. Maybe it's just some weird wind and it has a weird sound, and the mythology has a story to it and explains why this place has this weird echo. Because of the scream of Morgoth when he was attacked by Ungoliant once, in case people wonder. It's an interesting idea. Maglor haunting the sea or the coast is maybe the counterpart to Erendil carrying the other Silmaril across the sky. Something like that, yeah. Oh, formal logic, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That is the point of the whole mythology, that one Silmaril is in the earth, one in the sea, and one in the sky. This basically unites these three elements, as I would call them. Yeah, the showrunners do a lot against what Tolkien wrote. That is true. Yeah, it's very poetic. That's also a good way to phrase it. I mean, it's always like if you look at it oh, I wanted to show you the picture. I completely forgot about this. Let me just see how I set this up. This monitor is the wrong one. I want to capture this one here. If you look at this scene here, I hope you can see my mouse cursor. Here you see these symbols at its shoulder. If you look closely to it, we can of course zoom in. Even though I feel like if you zoom in a bit, it becomes less apparent. This could be some kind of elven symbols. That makes sense. I don't have here my thing. Could sharpen it a bit. Now it looks terrible. It's very interesting. It's a dark scene, and you of course see a lot of noise in the screen when we have dark scenes, even with these potentially very expensive cameras. Huh? What on earth, Chad? What happened there, Chad? Strange. Let me just search for another scene. We jump back to episode 1, to Galadriel climbing up. I need a shoulder shot of her shoulder. The best one I can do, I think. Kind of this here. Sorry, it took a moment to find. Sometimes it's really difficult to hunt a specific frame where you see what you see. But on their arms here, you see also these stars. See this? It's basically all over her armor if you look closer at these scenes. So he has 3 stars at the shoulder. She only has 1. Whatever that means. Let me just search for another shot of her. This one here. See, she has all kinds of stars on her armor. It's not just she has 1 Fëanorian star, she has multiple stars. I don't know what exact symbolism behind this is, but it seems to me that also our friend, let's call him Mr. Adar, also has something like these stars on his shoulders. For the problem is now finding the scene again. Should be at the beginning, right? Of course, these stars look different, but still, it seems like he has also this, what do you call this? This chainmail on him, these chains, and below them or part on them are also these stars. So I could definitely see a connection that he's also of the Noldor or something like that. Also, didn't look at chat for a moment. Is this why you are the philosophers? The philosophers games idea is a strange one, because of course I like doing analytic stuff on my channel, like looking into details, drawing my conclusions and stuff like this. That's simply how I work in a way. But the idea is, the basic idea of the name is the Metal Gear as a video game called Metal Gear Solid. And in this there's a secret group. You could maybe compare them to the Illuminati or something, and they're in this game called the Philosophers. And I think they later become the Patriots and stuff like that. It doesn't matter too much, but always Metal Gear Solid 1, at least one of my favorite games of all time. And I don't know, I thought it's because originally I wanted to, my channel was originally about video games. So I thought it would be a clever idea to call my channel like that. I like analyzing like in German Philosophien, philosophizing, I think is the English word for it, about video games and stuff. And so I came up with this name seemed fitting to me, and that's also why my Twitter profile, in the description you can't read the the philosophers, but the let me see, what did I write there? Oh, let me just not do this. Yeah, the Lali Lu Le Lo, because people with nanomachines in them in this video game world can't say the philosophers because they are so secret that the nanomachines prevent them from saying that. So when they say the patriots or the philosophers, they always say the Lali Lu Le Lo. I think was kind of a clever idea of Kojima, in my opinion, the guy who wrote this stuff. In case people want. I think I told this story a few times by now. It's of course true that the show contradicts Tolkien in so many ways, but also some of the stuff is of course as Tolkien wrote it, like we discussed in the last watch party and so on, the green bow of return that we see and so on. We have the island of Tol Uinen, with Kalmindon in the Bay Area, even though it's there Armenilos and not Romena, but you get the point. Like, besides a lot of wrong stuff, there's also a lot of correct stuff in it. It's of course difficult to say if the correct stuff is more than the wrong stuff, or the other way around, or if they focus too much on their own ideas and not on the Tolkien ideas. It's really hard to tell, but there are it's not like everything is wrong in this show. That's an exaggeration that would be, it's my opinion, a bit too over the top, at least from my perspective. Even though I can see that some details definitely trigger some fans fans of the law. I'm not sure if they bought Simon Tolkien or not. Really hard to tell. Put a negative filter in black and white to solo the symbol. That's an interesting idea. The problem is I'm not sure how many, like I'm currently doing this not with Photoshop, but with Adobe Premiere. I'm not sure if I have if I have the tools here in Photoshop to do this. Can you invert colors here? Audio, channel, what happens if I invert this? Okay. Let me see what I can do. Would have to invert it, I think. I'm also behind in chat, currently not looking at the current timeline. Oh, that was color balance. I need this here, I think. Let me just see, where's saturation? It's just... Pretty alright, I'm gonna head out for a moment. Hope the stream is still going when I'm back. Maybe, potentially. It's also nice to see an elf with long hair, that's also a good way. Who just wrote this to me? me just see. Well, I really tried my best, but it's the best I could come up with. I jump back to the chat. Belego, that's what drives me nuts with this show. They are doing so many Easter eggs. Only the read into Tolkien work recognize, but on the other side, they complain about us being too critical with lore. Yeah, that's a really good point. Like they're definitely feeding us with some very cool details at times, and then they ignore a lot of other stuff at other times, and then yeah. But I guess that is basically the, what do you call it in German, Spagat. What is this in English? But it's basically I don't know what it's in German idiom. It's a split, it seems. But yeah, it's basically when you try to serve to the mainstream people and to new people and to the old people at the same time. Yeah, it's an interesting question. If they filmed, it could be that you might be right that season 2 might be already filmed because it has to be out next year, and they for sure need almost a year of pre-production to post-production. Leg split, yeah. Thank you, Billy God. I would love to watch this, but they've got this on what is it? It's on Amazon. If you mean this show here in particular, The Rings of Power, it is on Amazon Prime. So if you have Amazon Prime on Prime Video, you can watch it. Otherwise, tough luck, I guess. I mean, there might be some illegal means, but which I can't promote and won't promote here. But there might other means. So I would ask people not to post links and stuff like that here in chat. You have to maybe organize this privately. I think the production team is not the biggest problem, I feel. The biggest problem of this show is, in my opinion, really the writing. In the meantime, I could try to... the highlights, you could also work with the whites a bit. That's basically the best I could do. What does this button do? No idea. I could sharpen it, of course, further. Yeah, this gives some weird artifacts then. The vibrance doesn't help me at all. What happens if I give this thing the color back? Nothing, because the color is inverted. Okay. Got it. It's really funny how it looks when you don't invert the color. I heard rumors that there are changes in the writer's room. Well, it will be interesting. I mean, what I find very strange with this season in particular so far is some of the writing isn't bad. Like, not at all. It's just that there's some stuff here in it that is just insanely strange. If that makes sense. Like, there's some good writing in it. Like, the Disa and Elrond section just works much better, but it's so strange for me why some of the other stuff is so not working at times. Yeah, I thought maybe these crosses were like stars. You know what I mean? Maybe some early forms of the stars. Like if we looked at the Galadriel stuff a moment ago in the season one, in this other section here, the problem is always finding this particular frame here is always difficult. Question is, which side am I? Okay, it seems I'm on the left side, even though it doesn't look like it. Whatever. I have also some symbols that are like this here that are not directly stars, if that makes sense. But so there could be a parallel here, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, chat. Yeah, the scene with the Tudorins was pretty cool, I agree. They like writing about the dwarves. I'm not sure if it's down to writing. I think the reason why the dwarf and Elrond section works so well is simply because they tell actually a story there. And this they don't really do with all the other scenes, or with a lot of other scenes. I would even say the Harfoot section also is like, I think the main problem is definitely the Galadriel section, and the other stuff is just weird. Like, if you think about it, the Galadriel stuff is just a lot of setup, like tons of it, and the other sections, if you think about them, like Elrond setup is basically he writes speeches for Gil-galad and is his herald, so a medieval diplomat, and he's sent by Gil-galad to Eregion to help Celebrimbor to Eregion to help Celebrimbor in his project. That is his setup. That is all setup that Elrond needed. Besides everything else, Elrond left the setup phase insanely fast. And even there was a bit of Durin setup when he meets him and he's angry at him, and they had this contest. That is all the setup that was basically needed to set everything into motion. What then here in this section happens, in my opinion, is that due to the interaction between Elrond, Durin, Prince Durin, Disa, and at times King Durin, the plot is developed further. But in Galadriel's section, it's always like a force of, or an invisible hand of the writers pushing her around into the direction where she needs to be. And everything else around her is so complicated and complex that they just have to say, well, this guy is like this guy is like this, and this is our setup here. The characters and the situations she comes into are not rarely develop, in my opinion, naturally in a way, due to Galadriel interacting with others, except for maybe her landing in prison that she is really good at. But like this is different in the Durin section, because here everything why the Durin and Elrond stuff works so well is because the characters develop the story due to interacting with each other, due to their actions. It's not the story is pushing the characters there. And that is why I assume, consider that it is better writing, and it makes more sense, because there is a very basic and simple setup, and they just develop in a decent way the story further and further from this, and this is fun to watch, turns out. I think also works for the half-hoods for the most part, because there the setup is also easy. You have this half-hood culture, it has to be established in the first episodes or so. We maybe learn here and there some more details, and then the stranger comes into it. And everything else kind of. Of course, there's also a bit of invisible hand pushing from outside here and there when he comes to the camp and so on, but you get the point basically, right? That a lot of that also develops the Half-Foot story a bit further due to the interactions with the characters, in a way. It's not perfect, not as good as Elrond and Disa, but it kind of works. Arondir is somewhat similar as well. Of course, there's also a bit of invisible hand pushing them around at times, but they, I feel like, also leaves the setup a bit. The problem with Arondir was then that he landed in this prison camp, and they needed to write him out of this prison camp, and they came up with the most nonsensical idea they could come up with. What about Adar just telling him to leave and deliver a message? Yeah, that's a good one. That's what they went. I think that's for me, it doesn't really work, to be honest. I would have wished they would have, for example, I don't know, let this dialogue with Adar be the first thing to happen. Like, he is imprisoned and he wakes up and Adar talks to him. And then after that, he and his friends try to escape, and his friends die on the escape, but only Arondir escapes. That, in my opinion, would have worked better. But yeah, I still think though for the most part the Arondir section worked also kind of, because it was also a bit due to character interaction and so on. Even though it's also setup heavy, but it's in its nature. We know kind of Elrond and we know the dwarves, so the setup is easier there when you have to establish these weird Southlanders that were in their ancestors were in pact with Morgoth. Who's this Morgoth guy if you don't know the books? And so on and so forth. And where is this exactly? What is the relationship? Why do they not like the elves? There's a lot to explain, if that makes sense. Oh, Elenion Maranwe is also here. Welcome. It's an interesting point that Elrond broke his oath to Galadriel. You could argue about this, of course, but we will find out if Elrond is an oathbreaker. He did not say, maybe he did say that he goes immediately after it, but he's currently occupied with different tasks. And we have to see the next episode, how Gil-galad's perception of the situation is and what Elrond thinks in contrast to that as well. I really did like Chaos writes, I really did try to like the show, but I've seen so thoroughly disappointed. I've been so thoroughly disappointed. It's like they gave some absolute amateurs the biggest brand in the world. Shame. I can definitely understand your disappointment, but I have to admit, I think still that some parts of it, like the Khazad-dûm part, is at least decent. And it kind of is mind-boggling that they are able to write like a decent section and screw up the others so much at times, especially the Galadriel one. So I have still the hope that they can maybe reach at least the quality of the Elrond Durin Disa section, and with the other parts as well. That makes sense. So, like they demonstrated they can at least deliver something decent. They are not completely amateurs and not able to do, and it's simply complete incompetence. But I think the main problem is really that they set their focus wrong, if that makes sense. They focus too much on building up certain plot scenarios, and then they want to, I hope, start telling their story from this point on. But I think, though, they failed a bit here because they're just too lost in their setup elements, if that makes sense. Just wondering about something. And I hope they can break out of that at some point, and then maybe it feels more naturally, because I don't think they are complete amateurs and don't know what they are doing. I just think they lost their path a little bit, their focus. And it would have been better to end the setup early and remove some parts. For example, even though I really like the Harfoots, maybe I'm in the minority liking the Harfoot sections, but so far I think it's kind of cool to have them. But now, having seen 4 episodes, I feel like maybe they should have left this out and focused on the other plot lines more, so they have more time to develop them in a meaningful way and in a way that seems less nonsensical. Like the whole Galadriel goes on a boat tour and swims in the ocean stuff, they could have cut out completely, just sent her to Numenor directly, and meeting Halbrand somewhat on the way. You could have, like if you think about it from this perspective, they could have just met Halbrand on this raft in the ocean and saved him. You could say, but Chris, that's also unrealistic. Well, the way they actually wrote it is even more unrealistic. So I would take this liberty if we would have gotten faster to Numenor and gotten better development out of this. And like Galadriel also swims through the ocean in potentially a region where men are even banned and who have no reason to be with their ship, and she finds a raft there. Like, even that alone is so unrealistic and nonsensical that just sailing from Middle-earth to Numenor and finding like a raft seeing a raft in the distance. I mean, you could say Galadriel is an elf and she can watch super far and the oceans are not bent yet or whatever. You can make up 50,000 excuses to see the raft, and would have worked better in my opinion. But I don't get it. Oh, it's interesting. Ada could have a surprising redemption story arc. Possible too, I guess. But I feel like the problem is the story of Rings of Power is so far a bit too predictable and too standard. There might be some elements that are not that standard, but so far nothing felt like, oh, that was really clever. I did not see that coming. That's very rare. And so I would be surprised if they would come up with a very big plot twist like this, because so far Adar seems like the classic evil guy that is the evil guy for one season or so, or maybe longer, who knows. I don't know. I mean, the argument that the showrunners have no credits or so, like, I don't know. Everyone starts small at some point. And Peter Jackson also made the Lord of the Rings movies, and he also made the Hobbit film. So credit is not always a guarantee for better writing, I feel, or for better results, if that makes sense. Like, there are multiple big names that at some point made a film or a project that was not considered really great. There might be exceptions to that. Zushan also likes the Harfoot. It's awesome. I want to look something up really quick. You could have saved a whole episode. Yeah, exactly. Or we could have used the whole episode if the Half-Woods would not be there. We could have a whole episode more time to develop things proper, and then things maybe would have made more sense. Yes, she's swimming about the ocean. What do you think about the fight scene against the Numenorians? Is the hate is getting deserved? You mean between Halbrand and the Numenorians, or Galadriel versus the Numenorian guards? Like, I don't know. It kind of worked for me. I didn't. It was not the best fight scenes I've ever seen, but for me it was okay. Like Galadriel, how she handled the guards felt a bit too easy in my opinion, and too, like, I don't know. The guards are not looking great in that scene, let's put it that way. Even though, of course, she is Galadriel and powerful, but I don't know. She probably could have put in more effort. Yeah, the Nazgul also would already exist. Like, Miriel is born 3117 or something, or 19, but in the around the year 3100, the Nazgul, the first time they appear is 251, 2251, I think is the date. But another solution is they could have 12 episodes in each series instead of 8. Yeah, might have helped as well. Especially the first one that is so setup heavy. Maybe more episodes could have helped here when they really want to go for this amount of setup. Just imagine we would still watch 2 more episodes, and then we would be at halftime. Yeah, that is true. She has one likable scene. The other likable scene of Galadriel was when she noticed that Elrond was speaking along with Gil-galad when he held the speech Elrond wrote, and then she at one point, maybe I find the scene really quick. I won't find it, to be honest. In this ceremony scene. And then she noticed that and smiled for a moment. That I found also a pretty cool scene. This one here. Maybe I can also play it a bit forward. See? Oh, she smiles for a moment. I like that scene. Was well acted in my opinion. Yeah, also fair, no kinslaying and burns ships. Galadriel, who needs ships? We can just swim thousands of miles. Also, Galadriel, I could just kill everyone on my way and steal the ships of Numenor and sail, or one of the ships and sail back. Like, I find it kind of ironic in a way that she would consider stealing ships. Yeah, that is true. Peter Jackson also started with not the best list of films he did. He was for sure criticized as well when it was known, wait, this guy is Peter Jackson's doing the Lord of the Rings films? Wow. But he had passion for it. I would also argue that the showrunners of Rings of Power also have passion for Lord of the Rings. Like, for me, maybe I'm wrong, could be just pretending or so, but I had the feeling from interviews and so on that they were also passionate about the project. I'm also the only person in the world who enjoyed the Hobbit movies, although I didn't watch any of them until they were all released. It's interesting. I mean, I kind of liked the first one and I thought it was pretty okay. The second one I really don't like. The third one, I was so disappointed in the second one that I expected the third one to be much more terrible. And then it was not as terrible as I feared. And then I kind of found it also okay. Even though I know a lot of people really hate the third one. Also, how's it going? Pretty well. Hope people enjoy the stream here. And always fun to discuss this. House of Dragon, I just recently talked to In Deep Geek, and yeah, he said House of the Dragon is pretty fantastic, so fans seem to be happy right now. That's good. Would have been also awesome if we wouldn't be so angry about Rings of Power all the time and just criticizing it all day. But here we are. Though I still see potential in Rings of Power and could imagine that it becomes better, though of course, yeah, we have to live with that they just ignore some lore details or change them quite a bit. Yeah, it definitely shows that Halbrand has like anger management issues, though I can kind of understand them because the people just punched him. But he it's different when he would just have beaten them up, but the way he beat those guys up, like he brutally destroyed them. That makes sense. That definitely gives him a kind of darkness to him. That's kind of interesting. So Halbrand is, for me, definitely an interesting character. Like, often he's so smart and so above the situation and can't be faced. Like, when he's sitting on this boat and everybody's losing on this raft, in the middle of the ocean, everybody's fearing that they will starve and die and are close to madness, and he's just sitting there, I don't know, and he just don't care. I like the Halbrand vs. Guild fight scene. Yeah, was okay, I found as well. Also behind in chat, sorry for that. But is Galadriel powerful in a physical sense? I would argue, yeah, she is. You're right, she later feels more like, or seems more like more on the sorceress side, but we can read, Tolkien describes her in for example, in a letter, though you have to keep in mind Tolkien wrote many versions of Galadriel here, that she is like an Amazon in a way. Pun not intended, like he literally wrote this in letter. Let me just see if I find the letter really quick, chat. I can just read it to you. Let us Tolkien do the speaking here. So it is a secondary name given to her, Galadriel, in her youth in the far past, because she had long hair which glistened like gold but was also shot with silver. She was then of Amazon disposition and bound up her hair as a crown when taking part in athletic feats. Then Let me just double check my screen here. Yeah, I have to be careful here. And then there's in Unfinished Tales. I hope I find this quote. It's, by the way, in case you wonder, that is letter 348, very closely written before Tolkien died in the year 1973. What I just read. Then there's another text in the Unfinished Tales in the section The History of Galadriel and Celeborn. And there, just see if I find the quote fast. Probably not. Obviously somebody posted it already in chat, but let me find it as well. So her, Galadriel's mother name was Nerwen, Man-Maiden, and she grew to be tall beyond the measures even of the women of the Noldor. She was strong of body, mind and will, a match for both the lawmasters and the athletes of the Eldar in the days of her youth. So this definitely describes her as being athletic in some way. So she was definitely also powerful in a physical sense. Of course, how much you exaggerate from these few lines of description is completely open, but you can make an argument into this direction, at least, Chaos. But no, the Numenoreans would definitely not beat up Galadriel. I feel like she's just very powerful. Tolkien really liked Galadriel, and he consistently increased her power and significance in the lore and his versions that he wrote about her. Yeah, for sure, you can depict her as a powerful warrior, though she, like, you have to always to think about Galadriel in a way that she was and these lines are always what I hear from those saying Warrior Galadriel is totally in lore. The problem with Warrior Galadriel is that, except for one battle, which was the first kinslaying, where Tolkien mentioned her being part of. Try to. I don't find it now. What is wrong, Chris? No, it's not valiantly, it's heroically. That's why I don't find it. Yeah, in the defense of in the first kinslaying of her mother's kin, and we can read in Feanor's revolt that followed the darkening of Valinor, Galadriel had no part. Indeed, she with Celeborn fought heroically in defense of Alqualonde against the assault of the Noldor, and Celeborn's ship was saved from them. What you notice here that Celeborn is mentioned, and Celeborn can't be in Aman. Like the first kinslaying was on the west continent, Aman, and let me just see. First age map. Here it is. First kinslaying was on this little island here. Hope you can see it. Tol Eressëa, not Tol Eressëa, not on the island. My mistake. It was on the city next to this island on the shore called Alqualonde. And there in this version, Celeborn is from is a Teler elf from the Tol Eressëa. So in the other versions, he's a Sindar elf, and the Sindar elves were never to the west continent before sailing west later, basically. So this version contradicts the Silmarillion, for example. And you have to keep in mind that in the writing process, Galadriel was a character invented very late in the writing process. Like Elrond, from a writing perspective, is much, much older than Galadriel. Galadriel was first mentioned in Tolkien's writings in 1941. Elrond's first mention is in writings from around 1926. So he is like, I don't know, 15 years older than Galadriel. And so Tolkien had to add Galadriel to his complete lore in Beleriand and so on later in his writing process. And he did not want to he did not want to include her in every story, if that makes sense. So he made Galadriel basically relatively early phase out and move out of Beleriand further east. So he does not have to include her. That's at least my theory why Tolkien makes Galadriel move further to the west, to the east, very early on in the First Age already. And from this perspective, you of course notice that Galadriel's part in the First Age event is relatively small as a result. And in all the big battles, she is not mentioned in, because I guess Tolkien did not want to rewrite his whole story there. As a result, it's hard to tell what is going on with Galadriel, because she just came too late into this whole story to be really part of it, if that makes sense, of the early battles. And so there are not really any battles except for the War of the Ring battles in the very late Third Age, where she, for example, attacks Dol Guldur. The mention there that I just read from the First Age in the Years of the Trees First Age in Alqualonde. And then there is a very strange mention in another weird source, the so-called Parma el de Lamberon, issue 17, I guess. No, that doesn't work here. Yeah, it should be. I think it's issue 17. I should just search for Galadriel, I guess. Let me see if I find it. Like, there is, like, Tolkien had, like, notes on several names and so on, and also, like, a dictionary for stuff and so on. And in there are two notes in this particular text. I try to see if I find it, but currently I can't find it. There are two mentions that are kind of strange. Yeah, there's like one half sentence. So this passage is about Lothlorien, and it says, also it existed long before Galadriel's coming there. It was originally ruled by Nandorin princes. The Nandor are a subclan of the Teleri elves that stayed, that left earlier. And yeah, she came to rule over Lothlorien later in the Third Age. Complicated topic. However, he continues, and Galadriel and Celeborn only retreated thither after downfall of Eregion. After the downfall of Eregion. This can mean all kinds of things, but in a way, that is not, according to the Unfinished Tales versions we have, she leaves Eregion not after the downfall, but before. Or during, kind of. Like, she leaves before Sauron attacks. In this version, it seems after the down. Or this, it's not a version. It's potentially, maybe Tolkien wrote this not to be very precise. So I wouldn't put too much thought on this. There's another section that also says it, though, in this particular text. Yeah, and that is about Sindarin. And there Tolkien has also like this half sentence that is actually mostly unrelated to what he writes there, but sometimes Tolkien adds this additional information. And that basically says, exact through makes persons simply brilliant. Yeah. And their followers who after the destruction of Eregion passed through Moria and established their realm on the east side of the Misty Mountains and so on. So very strange that he says it again that Galadriel and Celeborn and their followers who after the destruction of Eregion passed through Moria. But to be precise, they passed through Moria before the destruction. Though this is only right for Galadriel and her daughter, Celeborn actually passed through it potentially after it. In some versions, Celeborn does not want to go through Moria. So even that, I wouldn't interpret too much into these weird notes here, because the note itself, it's not a version, it's just Tolkien mentioned this in a half sentence. And it could be him just being a bit imprecise here, because it's no matter for the actual text. Also, I didn't look at chat for half an hour, sorry for that. Yeah, Elenion Maranwo also says, in laws and customs, elven women abstain from war but will fight in desperate defense. Exactly. And they are also not far away when it comes to physical strength for men, and it is not as extreme as, for example, between men and women for humans or for men. So you can definitely make an argument for that. That she is kind of That's an interesting observation, Justin Gray. You know what's weird? Tolkien died in 1973. That's 3791 backwards. 3 rings for the elves, 7 for the dwarves, 9 for men, and 1 for the Dark Lord. That's really an interesting coincidence, to be honest. That this is kind of fitting. Maybe it's also a good way to memorize Tolkien's death year. But yeah, there are you have to consider, like, Tolkien wrote several versions of Galadriel, and originally when Tolkien wrote a lot of his lore and ideas, Galadriel was simply not there because she was not invented as a character yet. And Tolkien put her later in and buffed her, increased her power and significance over time. I can definitely recommend my Who's Galadriel video, where I try to explain this a bit in detail. We did not get to Alqualonde yet in this video. There will be a second and third and so on part for it. As soon as this show is gone and I have time for producing actual lore videos again, we will definitely come back to that. Sorry for all the people who are not that interested into the show's lore, but with discussions like these here in this watch party or after it, I think people still notice that I'm still looking. I have not lost my view regarding the books yet. But I wouldn't say Galadriel is totally a warrior in the lore. You can just interpret it like this, and I would argue the lore definitely allows for this interpretation. But in interpretation, there can be other interpretations as well. No one is right or wrong here. But you can make an argument for that. Let's put it that way. Don't shoot the messenger. I think Halbrand admits it himself that he's from the Southlands. Like, he says it to Galadriel on the raft that when she talks about the orcs and he talks about the Southlands. Even though you wrote this probably 10 minutes ago. literally 10 minutes ago. Yeah, that's true. Christopher Lee actually met Tolkien himself, and he always wanted to play Gandalf, but then he had to play Saruman. I guess he was happy with that as well, I guess. I'm still waiting for the dancing bears and squirrels in Numenor. Yeah. Well, it would be cool if we see dancing bear reference somewhere. I don't think so, but it would be cool. I don't agree on the whole political discussion. Like, this is just so far a okayish fantasy show that is somewhat based on Tolkien, and some stuff is awesome, a lot of stuff is not so awesome, and it has potential to be kind of good. It has the potential to horribly fail as well. Depends on what the writers decide. Like, I feel like it's not about actors or what that holds the show back. It's just, I don't know. And from my perspective, and this is a very interesting detail, because you have to imagine, as a content creator, I'm not the biggest channel, of course, but over the course of the years, I have literally read multiple thousands of comments. I think that is pretty safe to assume that I really have read thousands of comments by now. And from my perspective, like, some people often come with the whole political stuff, and I feel like the political comments I get that complain about this are very one-sided often. I always get them from one group, but the other group is surprisingly silent. Like, I get one, like, the ratio I would say is 100-1, something like that. It's kind of fascinating. So we have one side that always wants to come to this political discussion, and they are extremely loud because they consistently talk about it. And then there's the other side, who the let's call side A doesn't like, and they just post. There's one troll comment that wants, I don't know, more diversity and what I don't know what. Happens at times, but usually these comments often read like, okay, this guy just tries to troll and to trigger some people to make fun of them or so, but nothing to really take too serious here. And yeah, that's a fascinating detail for me, that the ratio is just so out of balance. Like, one side is extremely loud and the other side is nearly not existent, at least not in my comment section. And some people also over-dramatize everything. It's not like the books of Tolkien are gonna vanish or anything. And I'm totally fine when people think that the cast could be less diverse or whatever. I don't care. Like, I don't care about how the cast looks or anything. It's simply not an issue for me. But if you don't like that, okay. But I can't change it anyway. And I don't care. The typical, okay, I can respect or see this problem. Maybe people see this as immersion breaking, but I don't really care. And some people just try to make, like, I don't know, there's like a battle going on, even seeing battles and problems where there are no problems. And that is kind of making a lot of content creators right now really tired of it. And I think not only content creators, also the people standing by and just want to have a normal discussion. And everybody can like or dislike the show, whatever. But you can I respect the people who say I dislike the show, and I can understand them. I can also understand the people who say I find the show awesome and I have a lot of fun with it. And it's totally fine. But some people just, like, I don't know. just people want to start like a warlike discussion scenario on the internet, and it's just, in my opinion, nonsensical. Can we please not have that? But I've talked about this like 50 times by now. It's just keep myself repeating here. I would even say if the show fails, it's not the end of the world. Though I have to admit, I would rather like that the show has some success. I don't care about Amazon. Like, I would have preferred if like maybe a less controversial discussed company than Amazon would have bought the rights and made a show, to be honest. But if this show should fail, and maybe fail so miserably that it damages the franchise of Tolkien, we won't get many more Tolkien media in the near future then. Like this could, if this show fails horribly, it could be that we don't see any Tolkien show in the next 10-15 years. You have to see it from this side. Like, of course, it's stupid to say, yeah, if we don't like the show, then we won't get more Tolkien stuff. My point is more, I simply hope that the show is like gets its stuff together and delivers to some degree, like at least be a decent show and not with less nonsensical stuff in it. And I hope they can deliver that. But if they won't do this, then it probably will lead to problems. At least when you are looking forward to more adaptation stuff. Yeah, I agree with Spielkarp. The explanation in episode 4, what the problem of the Numenorians, seems to be rubbish. I'm not sure what this scene is clearly like a political statement, I feel as well. I can see in an already heated debate that this is a bit triggering and problematic because a lot of people watch these shows because watch these show like a fantasy show like this because of escapism. So you want to escape from all the news and daily battling and shouting at each other you have, and want to a place that is at least somewhat cool and a place where you want to live. And then you see the same political discussion in your show. So I can totally see why people might find this triggering. But so far, I have to admit, we had this stupid elf stealing our job scene. I agree. It has no real good foundation, but it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure how people see this, but I feel like it's not that extreme as people make it to be. Like I know this is definitely a political little statement they want to push out there, and whatever. It's not the end of the world, but I felt like also it was out of place. That was the biggest problem of this scene, was it felt out of place and felt kind of cheap. Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course they want a modern take on Tolkien because we have the year 2022 and not 1955 or even earlier. Like, for sure, we are simply in a different time, and if young they're also creators. They want to create a show. They are creative in a way. They want, like, if you make a show like this, even though it's a commercial mainstream show, still there are people behind it, and I can tell you that from my perspective, I of course also want to express myself in a way as well, even though Tolkien is a focus, and I try to present this relatively well, but it's always about also creating something that you personally like. It's always like this in art forms, if that makes sense. And even if it's an adaptation like this, so it makes sense that people from 2022 making a show, or 2020, whenever they started with it, make a show that is kind of modern in a way. Like Peter Jackson also made Lord of the Rings more modern than it actually was. It's just that's simply a fact. The problem is Peter Jackson's films were made 20 years in the past, so there is a difference. What are your benchmarks for failure? For Amazon, it's definitely how much money they can generate with this. That's, from Amazon's perspective, a failure. You're of course right. From an art perspective, a failure is of course very hard to determine. Like Blade Runner was also not a commercial success, but it's a very impressive work that changed a lot in this particular direction. Same with Citizen Kane, like was also not a commercial success, but it's considered one of the best films ever made. But even though there's a really complicated story with Citizen Kane. However, just from the perspective of will we get more Tolkien stuff, and I think we only get more Tolkien stuff if the view numbers are right and if a lot of people watch it or get Amazon Prime to watch the show there. That's Amazon's goal, is definitely to market their service. That's, they want to make money. It's purely capitalism. It's unfortunate, but that's how big productions like this work. Like there's not a single big production on this scale. Same with House of the Dragon. It's also produced because people want to make money out of that. Sure, there might be people involved that also have passion for the project and do a good job and so on and so forth, but I think the higher ups behind the scenes planning this, investing into this, they want to get money out of that. That's the same for Amazon and as for any other big company. Else we just would have to stick to fan films or something like that. It's almost like the writing and dialogue is so bad that the diversity character... I think diversity is not a problem in general. Like, it depends what you make out of it. Even if the writing would be better or so, it would still not be a problem or focus or an issue. It's simply... like, I feel like Disa, Durin, and Elrond demonstrate this perfectly. Like, you have decent writing, and people seem to really like Disa, and what this actress had to listen to. I don't want to, like, I often discuss, for example, with clueless fangirl Helen, what she sometimes gets for comments in her comment section. And she's just because she is a female content creator on YouTube, which she only does as a hobby for her. And yeah, just imagine you are a female and, for example, black. Then yeah, I don't want to switch with her, like, if that makes sense. Like the amount of rude comments, like even I get rude comments at times, and yeah, people are just rude on the internet, and when you are part of certain groups, you get extra rude comments, and that's simply a fact. Like, it's just someone who is to some degree also in media as a content creator on YouTube and so on, talking to other creators. I definitely know what how annoying and how hurtful sometimes comments and stuff can be, and it's really unfortunate, especially if we are just small here. She's just marketed to oblivion and so on, so that it's much more extreme, and that is, in my opinion, just crosses a line that is simply unacceptable, that you go after people and insult them in whatever ways. But yeah, it's not nothing to do, in my opinion, with the writing. Like, if the writing is good and the acting is good, I think stuff like this can completely work. Not for everyone, I guess, but for a lot of people it might work, especially in these days, I feel. This was different of course, at the beginning of the 20th century for sure, but that is 100 years ago. So that is also true. A lot of the Silmarillion stories are quite tragic, I agree. And I feel like Disa's actress is I guess pushed a lot into this direction as well. So she feels to make a statement. Like it's really hard to just get a lot of comments and people I don't know. Like there wasn't even a single scene out. Like I cover the show since the like I don't know. When was the cast announced? Let me just look it up. There was a cast announcement of the Amazon show literally a few years ago. Let me just see if I find my video, then I can tell you the date when it was roundabout released. I think it was 2020 or even at the end of 2019. Even if to scroll the side back. How funny. Yeah, January 2020. So, yeah, 2.5 years ago, Amazon announced the cast, and even then, these persons were already attacked. Like, you have to see the context. I feel a bit of this, that like the amount of, like, even in my comment section is usually pretty awesome. Like people, I try to also be very present in my comment section and answer a lot and give everybody a heart who at least writes a halfway decent comment in my section. If he agrees with me or not is not of the matter, but sometimes people go into too political directions only on those particular videos here, though. However, when I made a video about the cast at this time, and boy did I get nasty comments. Like I rarely ban people in my comment section, but I banned a lot of people that day. So, and I'm just I'm just a white dude from Germany, male, on the internet, making nerd videos. So I'm basically the safest person who can make these kinds of videos. And yeah, even I noticed, like, literally, no, just name it. It was pure racism, some of the comments that I got there. Not all of them, of course, but there were definitely some people who put out their really racist poison out there, to the point of denying the existence of the Holocaust. So we're talking about next level racist, in my opinion, and very offending also for me as a German. And in a way that I only get on those particular videos that I make. And as I said, I'm just a very small channel who covers this, and I notice this peak. I don't want to even imagine what these people on these photos where Amazon said, okay, these are our cast members, what they had to deal with, like, or their assistants or whoever is reading their mail and messages and so on in these social media days. I don't even want to know what is going on there. Like, yeah, that's the internet can sometimes be a terrible place, let's put it that way. Don't worry, like I said, usually I'm kind of a bit yeah, I have a thick skin, let's put it that way, but it's just definitely noticeable. Cry more, yeah. It's just sometimes it's definitely a problem simply. Yeah, for sure, it could definitely affect. Yeah, the Embracer Group recently bought the rights for the filming rights and the, I assume, merchandise rights as well for Lord of the Rings and for The Hobbit. And that's a Swedish investment group. They also bought, for example, the video game publisher Gearbox. And also some other stuff, like they are investing and buying a lot of companies right now. So it's kind of interesting to see that at least these rights are not with Amazon. I think that's good, in a way. Yeah, Twitter is also potentially even a worse place than just YouTube comment section. But you also know that some of the YouTube comment sections you find on the internet are absolutely awful. It's really fascinating, like, that these comments and all this political stuff only spikes usually up when this show is mentioned, never on any other stuff. Or I had it even on the Galadriel video, which was strictly about what is in the books. I didn't even, even though I asked recently in the comments if I should maybe use a Morgoth Clark thumbnail for it. I still use the Kate Blanchett one. And maybe I just mentioned in one time that the Rings of Power show does adaptation or so. But it's mainly about the books, and people still started commenting on political stuff. And Galadriel is blonde and white. I don't know what people's problem is. It's like, yeah, that's how she's described in the book. It's pretty much fitting, I guess. I think I explained it like a million times. I assume what Amazon is doing with the casting is they go for what is, I assume, called non-traditional casting or colorblind casting. So the actor might be, for example, black, but in the world he is not black. He's just a normal dwarf as everyone. Normal in, I know if that, you know what I mean, the wrong word, but he does not look different from the others. It's just how the actor looks. So far, it was not mentioned or tried to be explained. Like an example, the best example is we saw in the current episode, kind of. Like we have at the end, let me see if I find her. We have Miriel somewhere. Okay, that might take a moment till I find the scene. Arondir. Yeah, this scene here. So she is still in the show. They said it in an interview, the cousin of Pharazôn, and this is Tar Palantir, her father. And so it seems like her skin color simply does not matter for the show in any shape or form. Of course, you could argue it depends on how her mother looks, but yeah. By the way, Chris, although you say you have the small audience, you have a small audience among Tolkien channels, you definitely have the most prestigious guest list. That is true, but I don't know why that is, though. I feel like Matt or Joysten or Hello Future Me, In Deep Geek or so, of course, could also get the same guest list as I get. We are all in contact, the content creators of that do Tolkien stuff. Not all of them, but a lot of them, and we get along very well. So we often discuss stuff. We have collaborations at times, and I just asked a bunch of them, and they just accepted my request. It's basically as simple. It might help that I was around with Joysten and Geek Zone for quite some time, or forgot Geek Zone. very early on with Civilization X and so on. We started pretty early. Like Men of the West was probably the earliest, and I started in 2017, roundabout when also Geek Zone started. And I'm simply, my channel is just older than a lot of other channels, and we got in contact with when the we had contact to, for example, Nerd of the Rings when he had like 2,000 or 1,000 followers or subscribers on YouTube. So of course we know him for quite some time. And as a result, he's happy to help us out when we need somebody. Yeah, I also tried to get Dog Lords on the show, maybe, if he's interested, though. I'm not sure. I think he doesn't really cover the show, right? Oh, he does? Okay, good to know. Oh, he saw his review. Nice. The question is if they are really going to subvert Tolkien. Like, I feel like that is not what the show is doing. Like, I think it's just bad writing. It's not like Tolkien is undone or by the show. Like, there's so many cool details in the show, and even some themes and dialogues and ideas that are kind of nice. Probably not the best, probably not the most elegant or elegant, but I think it's some people make it more how to phrase it, like they dramatize the problems of the show more than they are. At the end of the day, it could just be a bad show. It doesn't have to be like the end of the Western world. And some people discuss the show on with this gravitas, if that makes sense. That is, my opinion, just far too much. And I feel like that, I mean, you can still dislike the show, don't get me wrong. Like, not everybody, I criticize the show a lot. Like, I don't know, in one of my last reviews, I basically have after writing it, I felt like, is this more a rant or is this a review? Like, I really complain a lot about the show myself, and we always discuss how terribly written some parts of the Galadriel section is. And it's totally fine. And some people say even, but I really like the Galadriel section. And I can see this. Like, even the Galadriel stuff has some the Galadriel stuff really has some also cool scenes, which I liked at times. They might be more rare, but for example, Miriel, I think, is a very interesting character, and I think she's one of the highlights for me personally in the Galadriel arc, which is at least nice to see. And yeah, it's interesting, but you can still do this more respectfully, and some people just lose the respect or just blow up this the dislike of the show to a level. That's of course true that rents can make good reviews when the rent is deserved, but they just blow it up to a level that it becomes too emotional. Like if you think about it in a way, it's a more rational discussion is my opinion always better than when you have the discussion to when you put the discussion to a too emotional level, because if you are angry, you can't make good arguments in a way because you're just focusing on your emotion. when you are really angry, then yeah, it doesn't really help, I feel. No, you of course, so far you have been respectful here in chat. I did not mean to imply this, but there are definitely, like, I notice this even in my comment section, which is usually pretty, like I said, awesome and peaceful, that as soon as there was really a time, as soon as I just mentioned this show in a sentence, I got like 20 comments jumping at me and spamming their hot takes in my comment section, which I'm usually not the hugest fan of. And even in these days, I also get some interesting comments at times, and with some weird ideas and theories. And yeah, sometimes it's funny. Like, I know some of the persons that are often criticized. Like, for example, Matt Nerd of the Rings is often criticized in some way and so on. And I simply, because it's not like we talk every day, but I definitely talk relatively frequently to him and know what's going on and so on. And as a result, I simply have background information that other people don't have, which I don't want to share here in any form. But sometimes I know that some claims that are out there on the internet are just simply completely ridiculous and have no foundation or base or whatever. Yeah, that is true. Like, the actual political channels are other channels, not we here. We just want to discuss the books and, I don't know, try to make the best out of a show that so far was a really bumpy ride. And he started Star Trek Discovery. Well. Oh, you found my channel from the Genova theory video, and I totally agree with you on that. It's one of my favorite YouTube videos, actually. Much appreciated. That was a lot of work to make, by the way. But that was a passion project for me. I'm very happy that, like, a lot of people saw it. Sadly, currently, like, due to my channel moving more and more into the direction of Tolkien stuff, I have very little time to make video game related videos currently. I hope this might change at some point a bit again, especially when this show here is done. Okay, time for me to watch the episodes. Yeah, I have much fun with that. But definitely there are some channels out there that focus too much on negative sides and mix in politics a bit. And currently there is a very heated political debate around the globe on many things. And especially, I don't know, I feel like often this problem, it's not not a whole problem of only the United States, but I think a lot of the discussion is very United States focused. And of course, you have to keep in mind that this can be seen differently, even in the same country, depending where you live in the country and what your personal bubble is and so on. Like, I recently wrote like a comment to somebody who also had some hot takes in my comment section. And I said something like, people can't even agree on, I don't know, stupid stuff like a pineapple on pizza, yes or no, or whatever. Of course, there are tons of different political opinions and views. Like, put 10 people into a room and let them agree on, I don't know, watch a film or whatever. That's just already difficult. And then when it comes to politics and stuff like that, it becomes even more difficult. No, you you missed Christiane, you missed a space after a dot, and then the bot automatically like thinks you posted a link, and then it automatically gives you a timeout. So nobody can post links in chat, which can be smart. So it was just an automatic process. Probably explained this multiple times. So be careful with missing spaces after a dot. No problem, nothing to be sorry. It's just it happens at times. It's a bit unfortunate that the timeout basically purges all your posted messages then from chat. Just how YouTube works. There's sadly no YouTube would need like basically just instead of a timeout, it would need a function that I could just blend out one specific message. That would make chat a bit better. But yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate. The problem is, like, in a way, like I usually what I should try to do in this channel is I look at what is there, and I try to give you like, that's simply what I like to do. I try to find out what were they thinking. That's usually my kind of my approach, and then I also compare it to what do we know from the books, and I try to be relatively neutral on everything, and that is, my opinion, a good foundation for discussion and for like a review and building a good opinion or for making interesting content. And some people just focus too much on, like, I don't know, if they mix in some certain elements like politics to just get in touch with a certain crowd, and then the problem is, in a way, they how to phrase it, they just make people more angry because maybe they have good points, and then people get even more angry, and it resonates well with political beliefs that they might share, and then they land in my comment section and post unfriendly comments, and that goes a bit far in my opinion. Can we please speak about Adar? For sure. What shall we speak when it comes to Adar? Like, we already talked quite a bit about him, that I don't like the Maglor theory. I find also interesting that they made like some kind of trophy out of the elven armor. Quite interesting. Found it. I think you are off better not knowing the books for the show. You might be right, to be honest. But yeah, I just accepted that some things are simply different, as I had to accept or retrospectively accept that things are also different in Peter Jackson's adaptation. The problem is, like, things can be different, but if they would make the changes would make any sense, then it would be easier to say, okay, that is why they're doing this. I felt like the Peter Jackson changes often made sense, and that kind of was helpful in a way. In this show, I often don't really feel the sense. Yeah, of course, Corey Olsen is, of course, even much deeper in the Tolkien cosmos and books and so on than I am. And as somebody who also teaches things, he has, of course, also the skills to present this. Okay, Spielkalb says that my take on Adar is that he's one of the elves captured by Morgoth in the First Age, tortured and captured, and corrupted to become an ancestor of the orcs. Yeah, I could imagine that as well, that they maybe go for, he has to do with the elven origin story in a way. Could see this as well, yeah. I simply hope he's not Marglor or anything. I will make another roundtable, most likely, if everything works out, this Thursday, round about 18 CEST, so the time in Germany. Yeah, exactly. It's a good argument for his that he's related to the orc origin is his empathy for the orc, and in a way his his burned or damaged side of the face also looks almost orcish in a way. Yeah, that is true. He was really actor played this, sold this scene really well, I have to admit. Well, we have a few more episodes for the round tables, so getting Harry and Geek Zone on again could definitely happen. Sadly, Geek Zone has no time this week, so he won't be on the show. I can already spoil that, unfortunately. But maybe the week after that. I definitely will ask Geek Zone again. I should say I already asked him. Yeah, I don't know. So far as I have talked with Nerd of the Rings, he was also pretty critical of the episodes. Like, it was not like he was completely praising all the episodes. In my opinion, it was not. I had him on the show last week, so he felt also pretty critical. Like it had not the feeling that somebody in the panel was extremely positive about everything. We just criticized the show quite a bit there. So I can't confirm that he just liked every episode. Just to defend Matt here a little bit. Yeah, would have asked Girl Next Gondor also, but currently she's a bit not available, it seems. But I don't have further information on what's going on with her. Yeah, that's true. Man of the West was the most disappointed, probably. I was very happy to have him on as a surprise guest. I was even surprised myself because he's currently very busy. I'm also more in the mediocre range for the show so far. Like, usually I would give the, like, I think episode 1 and 2 I gave, like, I usually don't give ratings, but like a 7 out of 10, something like that. Maybe only a 6. And episode 3 was also like a 6 or so, and episode 4 for me was like a 5. It's okay-ish. You can do it. Could be better. Yeah, Tolkien Untangled, I think, was also not a fan of the show so far. I just found it okay. I see the potential, could be better. I said for the first 2 episodes, like, I said 6 or 7. Because I really liked episode number 2. It's as simple as that. Yeah, Broken Sword, I think, also was a bit disappointed. That is true. I think a 6, like, if you put it into context, this is a show that literally costs, like, the first season alone, I think, $500 million or so. And I don't know, my average rating. Let me just calculate my average rating. So let's say first episode for me was. Shall we combine episode 1 and 2, or shall we split them up? Then the first episode for me was maybe a 6. Second one was, let's be very optimistic, say it was a 7. Third episode was again a 6, and the last episode was a 5. So that is, let me just calculate it. 3. So I just deleted something, and that is why I got a strange rating, because I'm an idiot. What did I say? 6 out of 10? Mr. Calculator, don't let me down now. Something like 6. So my average rating of the show is a 6, apparently. I find that relatively critical. Like, you have to see it from from my perspective, like the cinematography, some of the art design. Look at this orc here, how much detail they have in their prosthetics and so on, how it's filmed, the visual effects and so on. It's simply far above average, and it's just kind of good. The writing simply is just too bad, and that drags the show down. The writing would be better. I could see it giving a higher rating here and there, but the writing is simply not there, and depends on how you weight things. But for me, like, I usually praise how the show looks and some other details, but usually I criticize what's not going on. What can season 2 to do this around, other than starting again? I feel like maybe starting with a story and doing less setup and let the characters develop the plot further and not let the plot push the characters all the time around. That would instantly increase the show's writing quality quite a bit. Yeah, that is also an interesting detail that the old guy put the writing into this perspective. Council of the Ring is also unhappy, yeah. That is true. Okay. Verloc is also a bit more positive here. Episode 1 was a 2 out of 10. It was not immersive at all for me, and the CGI felt quite superficial to me. But as said, you have to see it from this perspective. Like a 2 out of 10 is a really, really low rating. So you basically say this show is far below average. I feel like that is, of course, a totally fair statement, but like, why is it not a 4 out of 10? If that makes sense. I guess your answer might be because I weighed some of the, like, that it's not immersive, and I don't know, that for example the CGI is not on point as I would have imagined, and so on, and the writing is terrible, that you weight it so heavy that it goes down to a 2 out of 10 or so. But I mean, you have this weird, like in video games, you have this weird inflation of video game ratings, where like, oh, it only got a 7 out of 10, that's bad. You have to maybe also see my video game background a little bit from this perspective, because a lot of video games these days, just to make the comparison to that other medium, are so good in many ways, if you just compare it to very old video games, that the average quality is just simply higher. So also the ratings kind of reflect it. Like if you have an okayish game, yeah, it's not that bad. Maybe you would need to reset your thing. It's not Tolkien and not enjoyable even. See, for me, for example, here's the difference. It's not like I completely not enjoying the show. Like I kind of do. I kind of because there's no consistency, there's no restore. Yeah, that is the point. I definitely agree. There is no real story. Like they haven't even started the actual plot. I feel like episode 4 now has set everything so far. Brought the setup so far. It never really went into this direction. But if you now coming back, just jumping back and forth here. Coming back to the ratings, like if I were to give a video game a 2 out of 10, then it would be a video game that has like technical flaws and is not running, and it's on top of that not even a good or fun video game in a way. Like everything, like it doesn't look good, it doesn't play good, it has a stupid story, the game mechanics are boring, like, and it's technically dysfunctional. So I would was not functioning. Then it would be maybe I give it a 1 or a 2 out of 10 or so. But I feel like in this show, particularly for me, from my perspective at least, a lot of things kind of work. Like, the acting is decent. Some people say the acting is terrible. I can't understand that, to be honest. You could argue some actors are better than others, for sure, but overall, this is not a below average acting performance in TV shows. I've seen worse acting by far. And so that can't be the problem. I have also seen shows that look more terrible, which I have maybe also enjoyed more, to be honest. That's not the only factor for rating it in a way, because simply the budget of this show is just so incredibly high, and you see it. Like, some of these scenes, some of the stuff we see in this show could be literally from a film that runs in cinema. Like, it's on that quality. You always have to keep in mind, this is not like a film made for cinema, for theater. It's a TV show, and it's really impressive already. And I think my biggest problem with the show is just the writing, and I feel like I can't even tell you what the show is about, because I haven't started with the with the show just yet. Like, the actual story did not start. The story is setting up Sauron and, I don't know, starting its way to influencing how the rings of power are forged. That is the idea of the show. We're not even close to that. Like, all is just set up so far, and I feel like that's the biggest problem of the show, that it never leaves the setup part. So I have to wait until the complete season is out to see if they have accomplished anything at the end of season 1, and then maybe as a whole I can kind of rate it, if that makes sense. But so far I feel like this shot here that we just see on the screen, it's a beautiful shot already. Of course, you can dislike some of the design decisions, but objectively they are not completely terrible. Yeah, and sometimes it is really difficult to explain. That's what makes reviews sometimes so tough to write, because sometimes you simply don't like a certain aspect, and then it's really difficult to express why you don't like it. I feel like, you know what's even more difficult, in my opinion, to say why I like something. Like, if something is just good, and I say, yeah, it's just a good writing, but to explain really why is the writing good or why is the writing bad, that is difficult. Or to explain why is this a beautiful shot. Like, beautiful is already a very subjective term, but I don't know, it's just the scene composition. We have, like, basically there in the middle, we have two characters here left and at the side, which is basically giving the scene like a frame, and the visual main aspect which is put here into the center of the shot is through this shot here, through this with these characters left and right, giving real focus. Yeah, we have then the lore implication of an elf and an orc, and he's kind of sad that his orc buddy or his orc, I don't know, son in a way, is lying there dying and so on. Further, it also gives the impression of somebody watching them from a certain distance and seeing this, like he's watching through a window into another world that he can't really understand, because for him the orcs are monsters and so on. And this scene plays with it. Like, you can, from an artistic standpoint, you can interpret just this particular picture. Oh, I forgot to put the picture on screen, sorry chat, but now we see it. This is here the person standing left and right with the framing, was what I was talking about. So from an artistic standpoint, you can put a lot of interpretation just into this particular shot, and it, in my opinion, shows that this is definitely not just some average shot by some dudes who are complete amateurs. That's, in my opinion, not true, at least when it comes to the production value, the filming and so on. There's definitely some competent people behind all of these particular scenes here and how they are filmed and shot. There's just a lot of effort that went into this by people who definitely know what they are doing. But the problem is, sadly, so far the structure and writing of the show is what is the biggest problem for me. Yeah, it's also a good point that Spielkarten. Of course, some people might care about the sword if Tolkien would like this show. He for sure would not like it. I'm pretty sure about that. But still, that can't be always the only factor if the author would have liked it or not, and then I like it as well. I don't know Tolkien personally as well. I know his works, and I only know him through his works, and I appreciate him for his works. But, for example, I also like the Peter Jackson films, and he would have hated those as well, and Christopher Tolkien also expressed his dislike for the Peter Jackson films. But of course, if the sword would have Tolkien liked it, and if not, then I also don't like it. It's totally a fair, I think, idea to approaching this. But of course, not everyone will share this particular approach or will use it for themselves as well. That's my favorite character. I can definitely see this. Like, he seems like an interesting character. As I said, this shot here is still, like, from an artistic standpoint, in my opinion, really a nice shot. And since everything you see in this scene is artificial, like these costumes, these are men in costumes. He's also like a human in a costume and so on. This place was created. The situation was created. It's as a result, this shot is planned. It was planned to look like this and was planned to be filmed like this. So somebody sat down there, made their homework, and planned how this was to be filmed. And that is, like, for somebody who also does media stuff in his life, stuff like this always impresses me. I mean, it feels like Jeremy's next top model. That's funny. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. It feels sometimes like everything is kind of well shot and so on, but it's shallow in a way. Like it lacks depth in many ways. And I know what you mean. I mean, it's in some places there is some depth in this show, but it's not always there. I simply hope it gets better. I think the second season of or the second half of the first season will be better. Yeah, I hope it. I could imagine it because I felt like when the characters started to develop the story or the plot further by themselves without getting pushed from outside, see Elrond, Disa, and Prince Durin, then I felt like it was kind of good what they were doing there with that. So I just hope that they can also get the other elements of the writing of the show, also of the other arcs, also on that level as soon as the setup is just done there. Yeah, that's true. They also have like only very loose stuff. Then they don't have enough rights, as Medibos said. Mehdi, I'm not sure. Without that, of course, it will struggle making like a good adaptation. I mean, in theory, it could, but for sure, I think also a good value might be that it introduces new people to the books, for example, and put some interest. Yeah, the editing and like somebody, I don't know where I read this. Somebody posted in the comments. I talked to somebody read it in chat somewhere. I'm not sure, but I think somebody said this is a show that is at the same time when it's too slow and too fast at the same time. If that makes sense. What's the theory of Meteor Man? I'm not sure. Like, at the beginning, I could have imagined he was Sauron. Like, because I felt like some evil vibes I felt when in some of the scenes. By now, I think he really might be one of the wizards, though. Simply because, like, he shows some form, like, in episode 3, he shows some form of compassion that I don't think Sauron would be able to have. So maybe it's Gandalf or, I don't know, Radagast, a blue wizard, I don't know. Maybe it's Telion, not one of the wizards, and he's the man in the moon. I like that theory quite a bit. That this story of the strangers, maybe the origin story of how this poem of Hobbit folklore came to be, that the man from the moon crashed on the world and was lost there for some time. But I'm not sure. Maybe in next episode we get more dark vibes for him again. Then he might be not a wizard anymore, and he's Sauron again. I'm not sure. It switches a bit. Find it interesting though that they managed to create a character that where you can theorize a lot. Yeah. I think Geek Zone also likes this theory quite a bit, and I mentioned it before in streams as well. I think even before I saw the first episode, like when still in the trailer analysis videos, I think I mentioned the Man in the Moon theory as well. So kind of like that. We need Glorfindel. That's true. Would be awesome to see him. I think when it comes to the Christian elements in Tolkien's works, they're definitely there, but they are more subtle, in my opinion, than in other works. However, I think what makes Tolkien's work so well is that he took basically the very core of Christianity and put that into his, like when it comes to his idea of morale and of ethic, and then he just put these core ideas of Christianity into it, and a lot of people can kind of agree to that, even though they are not Christians, if that makes sense. Like, it's not too it's not too extreme in this Christian. Of course, if you look deep into it, you also find these fundamental Christian motives and ideas in it, but it also has depths and works when you don't look for them, because they simply work, because it's kind of very general. And there's of course the quote that Tolkien said it's a fundamentally Christian work, that his writings. But there are also other quotes where Tolkien basically says, I wouldn't say the opposite of that, but puts it a bit into a different direction. How he sees his works in, like, he didn't like allegory, so he tried to avoid that. And he also said that he maybe lacks the knowledge of theology to really write something truly Christian and so on. So, but of course, if you look for it, you definitely see it, because like the work is more fundamentally, like, you have to make a distinction here, in my opinion. The work of Tolkien's are Christian or Catholic in a way, because Tolkien was a Catholic, a devoted one. That is why it is. It's not because he wanted to create a fundamentally Christian work. His work is fundamentally Christian because Tolkien is fundamentally Christian in a way. Like, you know what I mean? And it's not meant as a Christian allegory, but you can't get the Catholic out of Tolkien, and as a result, it's also reflected in his works. Yeah, that's a good point. That even if you have like another religion, you can definitely see something spiritual in it, and definitely also see some core values of Tolkien's work that simply are so generally accepted among humans that it simply works for everyone, kind of. It's not just, you can also like it if you're not a Christian, like that. That makes Tolkien so great, in my opinion. If, as a result, I feel like sometimes, people exaggerate this particular aspect with it a little bit. You can, of course, argue that this particular part is maybe underdeveloped, but I feel like for that to judge, because, as said, in Tolkien's work, it's very subtle. You definitely, like Tolkien, as somebody just said, Tolkien was really ahead of its time in many ways, considering he was born like 1892. If you consider what some people in 1892 thought, and you definitely notice Tolkien was pretty advanced. And in this regard, the show might miss this, but I still would argue we potentially have to look a bit deeper into his works, or into Rings of Power, to really judge that. We just know very little. Like, the story has not even started, just set up. And I feel like they struggle a bit with getting everything under, and as a result, some elements seem too shallow in this show, that for sure. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to describe it. I love Tolkien because his base are modesty, humbleness, courage, and compassion. Not very strong motives. The plan is basically that the first season will be 8 episodes of Rings of Power, the second 9, the third will be 10, the fourth 11, and of course the last one 12. So 50 hours of content at the end. Though everything is 1 hour long or something like that. So around about 50 hours of content are planned at the end in 5 seasons. Why they do it like this, don't ask me. Oh, you mean any of... Oh, I read your question wrong, I think. Sorry for that. Any shows are longer than 8 seasons on Amazon. Yeah, I think there are shows that have more than 8 episodes per season. I think they won't do the build up 50 hours, but we might see really one season that is complete focus on build up will be season 1. I just hope it gets better than next season. I would even love it if it gets better with episode 5 and 6 already. Also, chat, it's pretty late already, so I will slowly end Mr. Stream here. I did not realize how late it is. Just noticed I'm kind of tired, and just, how can this be? Oh, it's this late already. I did not plan to stream this here for 4 hours. I thought, well, we watch it for an hour, talk it for another one, and then we are good to go. I think the message that got deleted, I can still read it. I think his conflict with C.S. Lewis was about the on-the-note Christianity, but I'm not really sure because I know his life only partially. Yeah. They definitely had some dispute about this, and C.S. Lewis was pretty much straightforward when it comes to that, if that makes sense. Do we know when season 2 is to be released? I'm also not sure if I want to see the payoff of this season is probably super rushed. No problem. You don't have to say sorry, as said. It's just an automatic thing because some C.S. Lewis, I think you wrote without spaces. When did you make a stream less than 4 hours? That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. C.S. Lewis also wrote allegory, though, like Christian allegory. I can't remember. What is really strange to me, chat, and I don't know why that is. Like, some of my previous stream VODs are just getting insane views currently. Always, like, blows my mind that some stream VODs have, like, really, really good views. No idea why, though. Like, there's one where I have, like, the Thingol and Thranduil artwork of Kimberly 80 in it. It is from 3rd of April 2021. And has like 40k, 44k views or something. I don't know why. But I don't mind, to be honest. But I'm just surprised that people watch these streams. It was a shorter stream then. It was just 3 hours 49. Imagine, do you remember the time when I made streams that were less than 4 hours long? Man, that were the good times. Also, the roundtable. The second roundtable is just 2 hours and 9. And the other one is... don't ask me. I currently don't see it. Uh, 2 hours 46. It was a bit long, I have to admit. You're a nice guy and good content. That is true. Insane views is good. Well, insane is probably... like, for a VOD, it has really... Like, not only now, always. Like, this particular VOD I just mentioned does get a lot of views. And it is, of course, nice that those VODs get seen and get views, but I would prefer if my scripted videos, because they are just 5 to 6 magnitudes more work, if they would get the views. Like, I would love if I would see 40k views on the Galadriel video, or on the... history of the Hobbit video, or I don't know, on the video about the fall of Moria, which is part of Who's Elrond. Like, I would love to see, or the Seven Rings of the Dwarf or something like this, or also the War of Angmar and so on. Like, those videos are just half an hour long, but they were like, I don't know, 60, 70, 80 hours of work versus making a stream for, I don't know, 4 hours is with preparation and stuff, maybe 5 hours of work, which is very unfortunate. It stings always a little bit. If I get more views on stuff that is just work-wise, so little work in comparison, versus like a scripted video that literally takes me a week or two, like full work week to work on this and do the research and put a lot of effort into editing it and voice recording it and writing a script and so on. Like, everything there takes a lot of effort. Would love to see my work, more in work intensive videos also be watched quite a bunch. It's really strange to me. Well, for like the views alone, like, of course, I want that people that click on my video also watch the video. Like, if you just click on it, it doesn't help me really, because I want, like, there's the metric of watched hours, or that is also very important. And I, of course, like when people click on the video and ideally watch it completely. That is usually what I like most. You provide an open and welcoming space for everyone. I watched all your videos. Okay, that is impressive, to be honest. Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, that is true. They usually, you play them in the background and don't really focus on them. That is, of course, a good point. Yeah, like the strange thing with my other lore videos is that I'm not struggling with, like, of course, when I get very low views, like last year, this November, September, I got like a view drop by 70% or something like this, which is always scary. And then you question yourself a bit if the quality of your videos are still good enough. But I always come to the conclusion that the feedback on what I'm doing is that extremely positive all the time. So it can't be that. And I know that I made videos, for example, my Who is Sauron video, which I love, but I feel like I did better videos than the Who is Sauron video. And the Who is Sauron video has 2.8 million views or something like this. And I think, okay, I would argue that my Who is Glorfindel video, which has only like 100 something thousand views, is like a magnitude or two better than the Who is Sauron video, but it will never get 2 million views. So it's not always the quality that defines how many views a video gets, but it's of course always a bit unfortunate if you make like a video and put in a lot of work into it and then only like you get like 4,000 views on it or something like that. For the size of my channel with, I don't know, 43,000 subscribers or so, I feel like, come on, like 10k views should be possible, please. Always feels a bit sad, if I'm honest. But of course, I continue making those videos and just hope that people, some video explode might be and people watch it. Yeah, that is true. The Glorfindel video is not known to everyone, and though it of course still got an impressive amount of views, like the Glorfindel video was also relatively successful on my channel. It's maybe a bad example. $123,000 views, which is pretty nice, to be honest, for my channel size. But yeah, for example, the Fall of Moria videos. My opinion, a really good video by my side, which I was very, very happy with that one. And yeah, sadly, it's not bad, but all the video about the War of Angmar and so on. Like, there are multiple videos. The Who is Galadriel video, of course, it also gets views and it gets more. The video about When the Watchful Peace Ends, which I also recently released, that is also, like, I read these later Who is Elrond videos, I'm sometimes really happy with those. I felt like, okay, that was a decently good video, in my opinion. Same with the video about Isildur's End and so on. Like, all the Who is Elrond Third Age video parts, I really liked them, was really, really happy with those. I felt like, okay, that were pretty decent videos. Interesting that at some point then the gaming stuff comes again. We need to do more gaming videos, I feel. I think I put a lot of focus in every video. Not in every one. Like, some videos also were produced pretty fast. Like, my first impressions video for... I really try to put in the work in every video, to be honest. But let me just sort this here in some matter. It makes sense to me. For example, the first impressions video, I literally produced this in, let's say, half an hour. It got 5,000 views, and that's a pretty good value, in my opinion, for half an hour of work. Not gonna lie. Like, the first impressions of Rings of Power when the first 2 episodes dropped. Not that old. In comparison, like, just to give you an idea, in comparison, the Rings of Power episode 1 and 2 detailed analysis video, it's 8 minutes long. I don't know how long it took me to produce this, but I would argue that at least 50 hours of work in that video also got 5,000 views. So you see, half an hour, 5,000 views, 50 hours of work, 5,000 views. And then you produce those videos and feel like an idiot. That's basically my life a bit. Yeah, thank you. Much, much appreciated, David S., for the very kind words. Yeah, of course. Most people have limited time. And here in chat, usually I have those people I also see in my comment section and in every stream, which I appreciate a lot. It's always like a lot of fun seeing you people here. Yeah, it has to do purely with how YouTube algorithm sees my videos and promotes them to others. That's basically it. Do you like Attack on Titan? I'm not really into... I have looked a bit into it, but not too deeply, so I can't really comment too much on. The only anime thing I'm currently... or manga thing I'm currently somewhat following is One Punch Man. Because I found that very funny. I really think it's funny. I like the webcomic more, though, than the manga, I have to admit. Because I think it's simply more funny. Yeah, that is true. These small, low-effort videos perform. The problem is producing those videos. I know that from my perspective, if a video really explodes and performs really well, is completely random from my perspective after doing this for several years now. So I still produce the videos with a lot of work and with very little work, and some of them might explode and then I get a lot of views out of it, and I'm happy with that as well. But I have to come to the realization I'm not at this point where I upload a video, whatever topic it might be. Like, let's say Nerd of the Rings just recently put a video out about, for example, Eol, a relatively unknown character, I would feel. Of course, the Tolkien hardcore nerds here in chat know Eol quite well, but I think he uploaded it and it has already 200k views or something like that. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, 210,000 views it has. About Eol. Come on. It's kind of funny already, right? Of course, he has like also 600,000-700,000 subscribers. It makes a huge difference just from this perspective. It is a fascinating character, Excellion. I agree on that, but just from the argument, like, I don't know. From when it comes to popularity of characters and so on. Like, it doesn't matter what video Matt uploads, he will get his 100,000-200,000 views on the video by this point. I average 2 views on my channel. I know the time when I started in 2013. Like, my mind was blown when I had my first video that reached 100 views. That was pretty awesome. Yeah, definitely. But like Nerd of the Rings is really an extreme. I have to admit though, because he's just so successful. It's kind of insane. Like, the YouTube algorithm really loves his channel. Like, you have to see it from this perspective. For example, Joysten, also a very big channel. He does it since 2016. He pumps out a video every week, and Matt surpassed him in a few months. Like, it's just ridiculous. And with like both do pretty decent job at putting out videos. And of course, Matt deserves his success, but it's just so extreme that it's hard to explain, if that makes sense. Yeah, that might definitely be if Eol might be more interesting due to this. What are the chances of Adar is re-embodied Eol obsessed with getting his swords back? Very low, I would say, because I'm not sure if Eol would get re-embodied. And especially if he's out for revenge and getting his sword back, he probably also would not get re-embodied and would stay in the halls of Mandos as Feanor, for example. Yeah, that's maybe smart. Like, Matt is really good with the YouTube game, which I'm struggle with a bit, I feel. He uploads frequently, has a good narrating voice, and he knows how to make thumbnails, good thumbnails and good titles. That for sure helps. But as said, he's at this point, so as his subscriber base is so big, that of course every video he will upload will get at least, I don't know, 50, 80k views, like, easily. Especially currently, where Lord of the Rings is searched a lot, and people found about his channel. That is true. Breaking canon anyway. It's a good point. Yeah, that's true. Matt also does really good character impressions. I also like his Gandalf impression. His Gollum one is also pretty on point. I have to give them that. What do you think of Peter Jackson's? Well, it's the yeah, I don't know. Like he definitely Peter Jackson plays a little bit with that, and it kind of works. It fitted perfectly into the time and in this time as well, so it kind of makes sense. Do you release your videos at a time when YouTube stats show the maximum of your videos are online? Not always. Because I find the stats YouTube is showing me are really strange in this regard. Because if I look into my analytics, YouTube basically says to me I should upload, I don't know, from my like German time, 10 in the morning. But that is strange when like 50% of your viewers are from the United States, because it's for them middle in the night. It seems kind of unusual. I mean, of course, it could make sense, and sometimes I try to upload in these times, but usually, I don't know. You know how good I am with timings. Yeah, Voice of Geekdom is also pretty awesome. A lot of awesome content creators right now. What's a better title? Breaking Bad or Baking Bread? Like baking bread. None of us have jobs. We're always online. Okay. Good to know. The problem is with all of that, I tried a lot of this in the past, and what is interesting is like YouTube also writes like as a hint that the upload time has in the long time performance no real measured impact. And that's also my observation. I had also videos that started absolutely terrible, and after a few days they simply exploded. And I had videos that were so successful for many years and then suddenly are not successful anymore for whatever reason. Like it, for me, I really tried to make sense out of this algorithm of YouTube. And like I said, my channel, I started my channel 2013. I can tell you, it's sometimes, for me, from my perspective, feels completely random what the algorithm is doing with suggesting my videos and so on. Yeah, for Germans, it's soon making bed. Yeah, I also should making my bed soon. I have indeed a German channel. I would love to, I don't know. Do I have a command for that? I made like 3 videos in German or so, because I simply don't have the time to make videos. Also, tomorrow I'm invited by the German Tolkien Society, and we will discuss episodes 3 and 4 there. Germans have beds? Yeah, at times they have. Yeah, I tried changing titles and thumbnails after release as well. Sometimes it works, but often kind of doesn't, I feel. Yeah, it's 2:06. I really need to go to bed, to be honest. Yeah, I want to make a little halftime review of a freestyled halftime review on in German for the show, because I feel like there are not that many German channels covering the show anyway. No, there are more German Tolkien channels. There's Tolkien Erklärt, Mythen aus Mittelerde, Hardcore, I think. And what's the other channel called? Forgot the name. There are others, though. I want to post a link to the German channel, right? Forgot about that. I probably just make a command for that really quick. I have to say, the first video I made on the German channel was a bit, what's it called? In German would say holprig. I felt it was okay in the end, don't get me wrong, but I definitely noticed that I wasn't, what do you call it? Locker, kind of. And what was my... something like this. Just have to set a global cooldown on it, just so people can't spam it as much. Oh, let's hope that the bot works this late in the evening. He's probably also quite tired. Yeah, bumpy, that's probably the word. I promise to watch your Japanese channel when you watch it. Do you speak Japanese, Tsuchan? Or even, are you from Japan, maybe? That would be cool. Sadly, I don't speak Japanese, though. I could imagine, Justin, that that might be the reason why we see this Sephiroth as the villain, because he's more marketable. Though, looking into my research quite a bit, it also seemed a bit it was half Japanese. Interesting. So if I've ever questions about Japanese, I can ask you. That's good to know. But they definitely could be a reason, Justin, why they went with Sephiroth instead of Jenova as main villain, basically. Though, as said, maybe they thought about it from the beginning, and the whole Jenova idea was just basically how to call it, like a side effect, or basically an accident. As said in the video, that looking into what the biggest quotes from the game that hint at the Jenova theory definitely came into the game by bad translation, basically, which is still very interesting thought and strange at the same time. Sure, nice. Yeah, that is true. The Asian culture is always interesting. I think it's maybe it's interesting because it's so different in a way. It's always interesting to think about, like that people are so interested in, for example, I mean, Japanese is, in my opinion, also really good at marketing their country. Yeah, I also want to visit Japan at some point, to be honest. Oh, I moved to Asia from the United States. No regrets. But yeah, it's kind of fascinating. Of course, if you're interested in Buddhism, it of course might also be very interesting. And I guess also from a German perspective, Japan is always interesting because German also like, I don't know, it's kind of a trope or cliche, but the German like engineering, creating stuff and technology and so on, and Japan is also really good at that. So they have kind of something in common, and they are so different compared to the Germans. So the Germans kind of admire them in a way. But I think it's not only true for Germans, I guess for a lot of people around the world, because Japan is really good at spreading some culture goods they have, which I always find interesting. It also comes down to potentially that the Japanese culture was so influential on the West due to the whole video game stuff, and I'm also huge fan of video game stuff. So as a result, Japan, German Slav. Yeah, well, let's not go into this direction. My stream just dying here? No. It's also interesting. Also, welcome, Paul Freeborn. Nice to see you. It's wait, you can just read your message. Hey, just got home and glad to see I'm able to hop in the live stream and Chris just getting started. 4 hours in for Chris just getting warmed up. Well, I'm in the middle of saying I should end the stream because I'm really tired. I have to admit. I did not expect to stream this long as always. I thought maybe make it 2-3 hour stream, something like that. We are now past 5 hours already. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that might be possible that Korea's kind of getting more influential on that, but still, like I don't know, a lot of stuff I like is from Japan, so there's definitely that. Especially in Germany, it's really interesting that Germans love like Sony stuff a lot, for example. Like when it comes, for example, to PlayStation 4 versus PlayStation versus Xbox sales in Germany, it's not even funny. Like I think the PlayStation sold more by factor, I don't know, 5 or something like that. It's kind of ridiculous. Well, the Xbox One also was kind of strange. Not sure how current sales numbers are going, but I would also assume they are in favor of the PlayStation 5. Yeah, that is true, Paul Freeborn. Really busy with the Rings of Power. I'm a bit sorry for all the people who are not interested in Rings of Power. I also got like a bunch of messages where people said, hey, I really like your content, but I would wish you would continue to book stuff, so I probably have to turn off the notifications until the show is over. And I can totally understand that. But yeah, not sure what to do. I thought about maybe doing a live stream or so where we do a lore Q&A, so people have like where we strictly not talk about Rings of Power, just for those people who want different content for a moment. But as said, currently I have a lot of catch-up stuff. I'm still working literally on my deeper analysis of episode 3. I potentially skip a deeper analysis of episode 4 though as a result. And I want to do something for the German channel this week as well. I haven't even watched one episode and I'm here. Yeah, well, that also can work, of course. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people love theorizing, and I think that's also a lot of fun. Yeah, if in doubt, live stream it out. I mean, when it comes to just time efficiency, like live streams are really efficient to get lore content out. I, of course, prefer doing a lot of research, rereading the chapters again, writing out copying out the quotes and so on, writing a script. That's what I usually prefer, but it takes, of course, much more time. And my knowledge so far is decent enough that I can do this kind of live, and still pretty accurate most of the time, so there's that. The spiel is always right. Good luck keeping people on dropping a live stream. Yeah, well, it's definitely. But I could just read the questions that are not Rings of Power related, and then it could kind of work. I have time. Can I help you? It's difficult to help. Some people said, hey, can we help you with research or anything? But usually I need to write a video. I need to understand what I'm writing, if that makes sense. So I need to get it into my brain. And so I have to do the research. Also, I really like doing research on stuff. The only part I dislike from making video is voice recording. And yeah, that's also a thing I simply must do myself. Will we ever get to see you? I don't know. Potentially. Sometimes the fun of a live stream is going a bit off rails, but yeah, that is true. The good old face reveal. Yeah, I get this asked a lot, kind of. People are then curious. It's always the problem is people might be disappointed. In a way. Or discussing 1 hour before even starting with the episode. That is true. So for people wondering, when does Watch Party actually start? Maybe 1 hour in. It's just, well, classic Chris stream. The lovely pre-stream. That is true. Yeah, because Geek Zone has a problem that he hates voice recording even more than I do, to the point of condensed self-hate, and I can understand that really to a degree. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for him, but he felt like that could be a solution how it's more fun for him, but it's a tough decision for him, I guess, or was a tough decision to get like somebody doing the narration for him as well. The problem is simply like you use a bit of the like my voice in my videos is also a big part of myself and the, I guess, if you want to call it like this, charm of my videos. So having somebody else narrating it is kind of, for me, off the table. Even though I would also love if I had just, I don't know, somebody else with an awesome voice, Matt, or I don't know. Somebody else just narrating the videos. Like, I don't know, James Earl Jones. I think he has a fantastic voice. Would be also pretty cool. When I do the subscriber milestone. The problem is you never know how popular you are, and then people know how you look. It's always kind of cool when people don't know how you look. Yeah, Dorklord also has a great voice. That is true. I agree on that. Yeah, Harry from Fellowship of Friends is also pretty awesome. Also surprised when he did his face reveal. What's the conversion rate of years of the trees and Chris minutes? Well, that is definitely a complicated topic, I feel. But yeah, sometimes it can definitely be considered that they are not too unsimilar. Yeah, Tolkien Untangled also has a very interesting and unique voice, I feel, which makes his videos and his style is very special. Like, it's definitely very different from the style of a lot of others. Valiant minute, basically that. Yeah, what is also, I hope I get my stuff this week kind of done. I would also love to stream on Twitch again, which I have not done in quite some time, which I feel is a bit unfortunate. Like either video games or maybe we watch all 4 Rings of Power episodes there, or 5 whenever I have time. I don't know. Would be great to also get some Twitch content out, to be honest. But currently I notice that a day has only 24 hours, and that is really unfortunate. Real questions now. For me it's Super Mario, though. I'm a Nintendo dude. Like, I grew up with the NES and SNES. And there Mario was always a topic. It's not like I dislike Sega in any shape or form, or Sonic in any shape or form, but for me it's definitely Mario. I also managed to do a double shell jump in Super Mario. Yeah, that's the best comparison. Chris minutes are actually like Microsoft installing timelines, extremely variable. Oh boys, Microsoft these Microsoft installing bars and so on are just a meme by now. Do I have the? Let me just see. I think I posted on Twitter once. I'm posting too many things here, right? And we'll never find it. I forgot that I mainly post videos, I just noticed. So I found it though. Oh, there's a Crusader King 3 mod for Lord of the Rings, which is great. And Divide and Conquer mod for Total War Games, also great. Yeah, that's some... Modding wise, there's some pretty awesome video game stuff out. This is my double shell jump. It wasn't first try, I have to admit. Okay. I don't know what just happened, but I'll take it. Yeah, it's kind of weird though when it comes to Lord of the Rings video games. It is actually easier than it looks. And as I said, it wasn't first try. And there are of course people who can basically do it first time always. Following some people who do these Kaizo Mario ROM hacks at times and just play through stuff. And I know that I would never be able to complete even a level of those. Even though I would like to grind a bit into it. I think you can learn it, but it's interesting. But when it comes to video games, because I do so much Lord of the Rings stuff, I usually prefer games that are not Lord of the Rings related. That makes sense. I know there are some people who make a lot of Lord of the Rings content, and then in their free time they also play Lord of the Rings games. But for me it's usually like, okay, I just prefer playing games that are not Lord of the Rings. Though when a new Lord of the Rings game would come out, I would of course also play it here on stream or anything. Like when the Gollum game comes out, or this dwarf game thing, where you build in Moria and so on. Yeah, Council of Rings also isn't he also working on some stuff? But yeah, there's some crazy people there. I usually prefer like Souls games like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, I don't know, stuff like that. Raft currently very popular with me. Imagine 90s style pre-rendered background Lord of the Rings game. It would be interesting. Isn't Monkey Island, the new Monkey Island, coming out soonish? Tomorrow or something? I think some streamers are already playing it. Or did it came out today? I'm not sure. I also thought about playing this on stream, but I have simply no time, so we maybe play it later. Yeah, Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, I've also played through both of them. Good old Monkey Island. Monkey Island 1, 2, and 3 are also much liked by myself, so pretty cool. Though I have to admit, these days I prefer games that are less relaxing and more stressful, if that makes sense. What is interesting, I don't know. Like Street Fighter 6, I think, comes out next year. That might be a big topic then on the Twitch channel when it comes out. I always wanted to get into Street Fighter again. Like, of course, I played it a bit as a child on the Super Nintendo, but I was never really good at that. And I like fighting games in general, but I always struggled learning Street Fighter, probably. That's definitely a project for the future. We like fighting games. Yeah, I made this very long Shadow of War video comparing the lore to it. So you must also be there for some time. That came out 2018 or 17, I think November 2017 or so. Very interesting sometimes to see what videos people got recommended and landed here. Especially when it comes to gaming related content. I feel so bad that I said that I didn't do much gaming content recently. I would like to make like more gaming stuff again. I didn't even cover Gamescom and so on this year. But I was just so focused on like, but this year the problem was a bit that my, as said, November, December 2021, ending at the end of last year, my channel got like a huge drop in views. And to like my usual measurement to counter that is just produce content a lot, and that's what I did this year. I feel like this year I produced like a ton of content. Oh, Bushido Blade, yeah. PlayStation 1, if I remember correctly. That was an interesting one. I also feel the urge to continue my my Elden Ring level 1 run. I haven't completed it yet. Oh, it was a trailer analysis. Interesting. I see your bell ringing almost daily. Yeah, there was a lot of content this year. I would even go as far, I think I was not a year on this channel where I produced so much content than this year. Like, I started slow in January. Oh, it's hard to say word. I was okay though. There was at least some stuff in January. I did the pronunciation video, which was interesting. Whose Elrond was before Christmas, the second part. Then I did the dwarf thing. Then in February I did a very long video about the breakdown of the trailer and info material we got so far. Then I did the last film and book series video, which is unfortunate that it's so long on hold. Oh, and then I excluded the section about the Elven writing system, about the Elven letters, and made a separate video out of it. Was, in my opinion, a pretty smart idea. And then in March, I played Elden Ring. Like, after that video, all I did was, I took like a month off this year. It was in March. And then in April, I think since April, I'm just pumping out content. So, from my perspective, content-wise, pretty solid year. The Tengwa lessons, yeah. Tengwa is sadly a very complex writing system. I mean, it's kind of cool that it's complex, but it makes it difficult to explain in a way, though. If I'm not mistaken, we go a little bit into the writing system in this video. It does not go through all the detail, but it's basically most about how it works. For people interested. It was part of the longer video and just extracted it. But yeah, my name is Guybrush and I'm a mighty pirate and I can hold my breath for 10 minutes. That is basically it. Also the infamous how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Woodchuck would chuck no amount of wood since a woodchuck can chuck wood. But if a woodchuck could chuck wood and woodchuck wood, what amount of wood would a woodchuck chuck? And further, I don't know it anymore. But also pretty awesome quote from that game. It's Monkey Island 2 though, right? Yeah, it's from Monkey Island 2. Aline learned. Okay, yeah, it probably can't be worse than that, to be honest. That also sounds very complex. But okay, chat. It's now very late. I must go to bed because I need to be somewhat rested tomorrow. For the German-speaking audience, I for the German-speaking audience, I'm invited by the German Tolkien Society tomorrow to discuss episodes 3 and 4 in German, though. And I assume Helen might be there. I have not talked to her because, yeah, as you're probably aware, she's pregnant. And if she will be available is always like, wouldn't say a gamble, but there could always be something in the way, kind of. So yeah. Let me just see where's my ending screen here? I will be there. Awesome. Yeah, those were a lot of fun. I really like the German Tolkien Society people. When will it start? Oh, that's a really good question. Let me just look it up. What is going on with this screen here? Ah, okay. Where do we have it? I think like the German time zone, 19 o'clock. It should start in theory, roundabout. Okay, something's going on here in the background. on earth, chat? I have a sound source here somewhere. I don't know where it comes from. Ah, here it is. Okay, I found the... Just what is this sound? Okay, chat, so... Let me now get everything back. Yeah, I have the same problem as every stream. Let me just see. Yeah, this should be the correct one. I haven't... Last time I live rendered... last time I played it, my computer crashed. I just tried. Maybe the credits stutter a little bit. But whatever. Okay, this time it works. I'm surprised, chat. But yeah, shoutouts to all the supporters, as always, much appreciated for the people here in chat. If you see this as a VOD, consider pressing the like button and maybe leave a comment and maybe subscribe if you are not yet to not miss the future things. And yeah, as said, next stream I will be potentially Thursday here on this channel, the roundtable, if everything goes right. Else I'm, as said, tomorrow on the other channel. What's it called? The Tolkien Society one, the German one. There might be a new video out for the German channel as well, and I try to make the in-depth analysis video, which will be over an hour long for episode 3. Currently stuck in voice recording because it's just a lot of time to record so much text. And yeah, that is basically what will be next there. Thank you people for watching, and shout outs again to all people active in chat. Yeah, just hopping here at the end to say howdy. Looking forward to watching this later, Chris. Yeah, Troy Hillman, welcome. Sorry that you catch the stream so late at the very end, but much fun with watching it. And yeah, it was again awesome. I hope you enjoyed this watch party with a very lengthy pre-show and after show. And see you people next time. Goodbye.